public notice was posted in the office of the Board of Education and communicated to the municipal court and the Daily Record on February the 23rd of 2021. Due to the current public health emergency, this evening's meeting is being conducted as a virtual meeting. Instructions for accessing and participating in the virtual meeting were posted on the district website at dover-nj.org. If we can stand. And before we do that, I apologize. I didn't even, oh, what's going on? Someone is sharing their screen. Perfect. Okay, so 1 second. If we can, I just didn't even say good evening, buenas noches a todo mundo. Welcome everyone. If we are ready with our flag salute, I'll wait for the flag. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we may remain standing, please, for a moment of silence. In this moment of silence, we respectfully acknowledge 1-year anniversaries of intense grief and loss experienced in our Dover family from this ongoing pandemic. Dr. McLaughlin, would you like to make a statement at this time?
Thank you. I would like to remember two very special people as well during this moment of silence. Both of these individuals have had a long history with the Dover Public Schools. The first person is Daniel Krzyzewski, and Daniel Krzyzewski was a longtime teacher for the Dover schools. Heather Rolandelli, who is an art teacher at Dover High Schools, remembers Mr. K fondly. Hired as his replacement when he retired, Ms. Rolandelli remembers him as an extremely talented artist in both realistic and abstract styles. She recalled that he painted a series of large, brightly colored, abstract spiritual paintings for St. Clare's Dover Hospital. He was a teacher who fostered creativity in his classes, and many of the murals painted around Dover High School were created by Mr. K's students. He was beloved by his colleagues who looked forward to his visits at Dover High School after he retired. And in the words of Ms. Rondelli, Danny was a man who was small in stature, yet he had a huge personality. One of those people who observed life and made it beautiful art from what he saw and what he experienced. He worked at Dover High School for 40 years before he decided it was time to move on. So he made a huge impact on the district and all the students who passed through room 301. We also remember Miss Flavia Brock, who passed away this past February. Miss Brock worked for the Dover schools beginning in 1977 as a teacher's aide, and after her retirement, she continued to work as a substitute teacher up until the time our schools were closed to in-person learning in March 2020 due to COVID-19. Ms. Brock was among our most dedicated and regular substitute teachers. Ms. Brock was an extremely active member of the Dover community, highly involved with Sacred Heart Parish, the College Club of Dover, the Dover Historical Society, and the Dover Seniors. And so we'd like to remember those two very special members of our school community as well during this moment of silence.
Thank you all. You may have a seat. Ms. Giraldo, may you please remind us of the focus for our meeting today by reading our mission and vision statement?
Yes, of course. Working together as a community, our mission is to welcome all and provide opportunities for our students in a safe and accepting learning environment to become creative, empathetic, resilient, and who choose to make an impact.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Giraldos, for this focus. Furthermore, the board is confident that with our budgetary planning, the support of our taxpayers, our community, our parents, and our educators, we will continue to make progress towards higher academic success. New positions, continued funding, and grant application will provide our students with an increase in student achievement results, social and emotional opportunities that will enable a healthy learning environment and qualified educators that will lead them to the best education possible. Dr. McLaughlin, may you please introduce tonight's presentations? You're on mute, Dr. McLaughlin.
Tonight we have one presentation. It's a significant presentation. It's the public presentation of our school budget, which we do annually at this time of the year. Tonight, what we would like to do is to outline for you the budget itself and also how that budget fits and supports the goals that have been established by the Board of Education. Tonight's presentation will be presented by Ms. Rigliano, Mr. Minkowitz, and myself. And I would like to begin if our facilitator can share our slide presentation at this time. Thank you. So we begin by discussing our goals, which is critically important because wherever we put our expenditures, it must underscore the goals that we've established as a school community. It must support those goals. And so we have begun the slide presentation with the goals, but we've also started our budget process, which has been ongoing since approximately November of this past year, so that we can tie the allocation of our school dollars to success in these goals. And I just do want to take a moment to review the three goals. The first is that we will increase the array and the effectiveness of services and programs that provide academic development through our district schools. We have many goals as a school district, but we know first and foremost, our obligation is to allow our students to be learners, to benefit from the instruction that's provided, and to do that in a way that is uniquely molded to each student and to each student's needs. And so I believe that you will find in the presentation tonight that that is a strong theme throughout the programs and the personnel that we are recommending in the new budget. The second goal is to expand, infuse, and reinforce programs that provide social emotional growth and provide support for students in each of our district schools. So certainly in addition to academics, we know that it's critically important that our students feel safe and that they feel supported, that students who have unique needs have those needs met, whether that's through school counseling programs, health programs, or social development in its many different forms. And that again should be clear after our presentation of how we have tied this budget to this goal. And third was the design, implementation, and sustaining of processes and procedures in our school district's business office in a manner that promotes thorough and efficient budgetary management and the responsible stewardship of our assets. So stewardship of our assets includes our facilities, it includes all of our programs that basically deal with our buildings and our grounds, as well as the budget itself and all of the business processes that are here. And again, I feel that this goal will also be emphasized as we move through our program. So moving from our goals, I think it's important to create a baseline for tonight's presentation. And 2 years ago, when we arrived at the district as an administrative team, the the Department of Education published through that school year, the 2019-20 school year, a comparative spending guide. So basically, that was the last year that they published the guide. And as of the 2019-2020 school year, we've felt it be very appropriate to explain where did we fit in terms of all the kindergarten through 12th grade school districts in the state of New Jersey, because it's critically important to show where we are right now, what we're moving from, and what our goal is financially. So there were 220 kindergarten through 12th grade districts in the state of New Jersey in 2019-2020. And of all those 220 K-12 school districts of all different sizes, small, medium, and large, Dover ranked the lowest spent per child at $11,767. So 2 years ago, again, when we began in the district, that was the per pupil expenditure in the town of Dover, $11,767. Now, by contrast, just to look at what the highest was, the highest that year was Asbury Park, which was spending $33,476 per child. And the average K-12 district was spending $16,898. So on an average, through K-12 districts, districts were spending $5,000 more than Dover was. And then certainly Dover, as I've already indicated, was at the lowest end of the K-12 districts. Asbury Park, just to show you what the span is, was at the highest end. Now, sometimes people see low cost per pupil as a positive, but I'm going to state strongly that it is not a positive, because it means that money is not being spent on such things as appropriate class size, materials, curriculum, technology, and support staff, as well as all the other pieces that we have to put together in terms of our facilities and our services that make school districts safe, that makes a learning environment conducive for our students to come and receive instruction in. So it's important to begin with this history, because we are literally climbing out of a hole. We're climbing out of a hole of a low pupil expenditure. It takes time to do that. And we'll explain as part of this presentation some of the ways that that's occurring. Certainly, we'll talk a little bit about state aid. We'll talk about local tax levy. We'll also talk about grants and other programs that have allowed us to bring money into the district to, again, boost our standing in terms of per pupil expenditure.
Okay, next slide, please. As part of looking at that history, it's a good opportunity at budget time to stop and take a reflective look back and look at what we have done in the past 2 years using various sources of funding. So not only just local tax dollars, but also Title I funding, the funding that came through COVID and the CARES Act, E-rate, the safety security. We have had an impact throughout the district. When I look at this slide, and I'm not going to read everything to you because you all have been a part of some of those initiatives and changes. But as I look at this slide, I see that we have touched our youngest learners and our oldest learners at the high school. I see that we have touched students outside of the classroom needs, such as behavioral supports, social supports for their growth outside of academics. We have touched facilities with room expansion and safety and communications. We have also touched curriculum and programs and student services. So again, it's an extensive list that we've put together. This is 2 years of progress. This is just the beginning, very much so just the beginning. And I think it's important before we dive into the 21-22 budget to just pause and look at what we have accomplished at Dover Schools thus far. Next slide, please. At the same time, we are in such a unique position with, unfortunately, COVID-19 and the impact it has had in Dover. And I think it goes without saying that these three bullets are important at any point in the school district. However, given how COVID has ravaged through Dover and impacted our town and our students, these three bullets become that much more important. First off, it is, of course, a Maslow look at food, making sure our students have food, and making sure our students feel safe and secure and have the emotional supports that are needed to learn. That's first and foremost. So those two are definitely at the front. And the third bullet is important because that's how we all learned for the past 8 months. Actually, the past year, if I count over through the summer. So it was important to also include the slide that talks about COVID impacting our thinking and our planning for this next budget, because it definitely did. Next slide, please. So now next steps. So the focus now on the 21-22 budget. This is just a general slide giving you some indication. We will speak more specifically about these in the next upcoming slides. But you can see we're looking at nursing, guidance services, again, student needs coming first, and these needs not necessarily academic, but outside of those classroom needs. Then we move into more supports in the classroom. So we're looking at basic skills for our at-risk students. We're looking at special education support, which was a goal last year. It will continue to be a goal in the next couple of years. Dual language for our English language learners, engaging our community and family, making sure that they feel supported and have the resources that they need. And of course, sustaining our technology developments and expanding our transportation personnel. All of those major areas listed here, you will see reflected in the slides coming up.
Next slide, please. So beginning that focus on that big list and kind of breaking it down, let's start, as we said, with student support, because that's where I think we should always begin. And counseling is a critical piece. We have worked on expanding the counseling staff, and we will continue to do that. In this budget, a guidance counselor position will be added, and that will result now in each of our schools, each of our elementary schools, having a full-time guidance counselor. To this point, they have not had that. This past year, we had two elementary schools who were sharing a guidance counselor position. This new hire will result in each of our elementary schools having a guidance counselor position, which is critical for the support that our students need. Basic skills, as you may know, prior to last year, there were 0 basic skills positions in the district, which basic skills is typically your first line of academic intervention. So when you see a student who is struggling to a point where a general education teacher has really attempted all that they can do in the classroom, and that student might need particular specialized remedial help, if we're moving in a tiered approach towards intervention, the basic skills teacher plays just such an important role. So we're very, very happy that this budget will provide 4 basic skills teachers to provide academic intervention for at-risk students. Last year, we added our very first basic skills position, 1 position last year. This year, the budget allows us to add 4 additional. So we will have 5 basic skills teachers who will provide intervention according to an intervention model. And that will provide a critical resource for our students. And also, it's not the end of in many of the things that we're talking about here, I'm sure that we will come back, and our hope is to come back in subsequent years and to continue to build upon these. Also, critically important is nursing. We mentioned health and safety, and there'll be another slide on that later on. But at this point, in a district of 5 schools, we have 4 full-time nurses. And this budget, both between the budget and our preschool expansion grant, those 2 areas combined will allow us to add 2 full-time nurses, which are critically needed. one of the things too that, just keep in mind is that nursing substitutes are very, very difficult to come by. So if we have a nurse who's absent for a day, or we have a student who needs a nurse on a field trip, and we have to pull one of our nurses from our schools, that means the other 3 nurses are covering 5 schools in the district. So nursing and the quantity of nurses is very, very important. And we're happy to say that this budget will have 2 full-time nursing positions within it. Next slide, please. So we mentioned that obviously after social emotional supports and health and safety, that certainly our budget always needs to have a focus on academics and on increasing instructional offerings. This budget will, for the first time, support a CTE program at Dover High School. We're so happy that was, as the board knows, a challenging task. You have to put together an affiliation agreement with a college. We're very happy that CCM is our partner in the CTE program. And but also involved in the CTE program is, although drastically reduced tuition, there is college tuition. So embedded in this budget is the payment of tuition for those students who are in the CTE program. So our students will not have to pay for the CTE program. No student will be deprived of this opportunity because of an inability to pay. Each of the students will be supported in their tuition payment through this budget. We also have 3 phys ed teachers in this budget, and phys ed has been a highly populated class. We've had a shortage of our phys ed teachers, which has an impact in different areas. But we are happy to say that with the addition of 2 full-time phys ed teachers at East Dover and 1 full-time phys ed teacher at Dover High School, we feel that our phys ed offerings and the class sizes for phys ed will be appropriate, and certainly ones that we can really provide our phys ed and health curriculum in a way that it should be. So we're extremely pleased to be able to include that as part of our instructional offerings. And then again, one of the things that we heard a couple of years ago when we came in were, the high class sizes. We had bilingual classes, which the board knows and our community knows that we're very, very highly populated. Some of our bilingual classes had as many as 40 students in it. Some of our bilingual class had combined grades. So we made an effort in our last budget. We thank the board for their support of continuing to provide additional bilingual education classes. And we anticipate that due to increasing needs and making sure that we keep our bilingual classes at an appropriate level of students so that students truly benefit from the instruction that's provided, we will also include 2 bilingual education teachers at North Dover Elementary School in this budget. Next slide, please. In addition to the bilingual services that we've been discussing, I think it's important that we emphasize the launch of our dual language education program, which will begin with next year's kindergarten. We are proud to put this in place. We may be the only district in the state of New Jersey who will provide dual language education to every single kindergartner in the district. It is a gift. It is truly a progressive step to educate students in 2 languages. We see this as the first grade level of what will be progressing grade levels here thereafter. Our teachers were trained this year. The teams were put together. Our consultant, Elizabeth Willem, who the board met previously, has been working along with our supervisor, Ms. Spencer, to work with our kindergarten teacher teams, both our monolingual teachers and our bilingual teachers, who will share cohorts of students in each school. So we are tremendously excited to provide that program. And from a budgetary point of view, it actually has little impact other than the professional development, because there are no additional personnel required to be able to launch this program. And as we said, the teacher teams were put together this year, although the program was not launched this year, so that training could occur and those teachers would be well prepared to enter those classes and really get this program off to a good start in the next year. Next slide, please.
Okay, so now we start to look at some supports outside of the classroom. So the positions listed here would be, some of them would be brand new to the district. I'll describe them briefly. The district community liaison would be overseeing the school-based community liaisons. That team, I'm gonna call them a team because they will be, that team will be coordinating services for families and the students. The idea is that they would be the inside of the triangle between the school, the student, and the family. They would be helping families that needed rent assistance. They would be helping families that needed to find you know, a mental health clinician in the community because their child needed counseling. This team of people I think will play an integral role with our administration and our teachers to ensure that when a student expresses a need or a family expresses a need, that can be fulfilled and that assistance can be provided, and that a link can happen with the school providing that support to the parent to say, here's the organization that can help you with that, here's the contact information, here's the phone number. Again, so it's a district liaison that's overseeing a school liaison at each building. The district interpreter and translator. This has become very much a demand as we look to communicate with our families the best that we can, which would be providing all communications in English and Spanish. And the demand has gotten to a point where our homegrown translators can't keep up with what we need translated. So this need actually arose as we were looking at the data for all the translations that have gone on this year and last year. Assistant registrar, same idea. We're doing a bang up job in registration with Mr. Cruz, but unfortunately or fortunately, we have so many students to register. I think the other day I heard there were 56 voicemails that he needed to comb through, which he does with a smile, but he needs an extra set of hands. We've helped and assisted and brought secretaries that were familiar with registration over to get us through some of those higher registration times. But actually when we sat down and looked, we really don't have a lull in registration. Registration is always booming. When we run preschool and kindergarten registration, we absolutely see an increase, which is expected. But we're seeing pretty consistent numbers in registration. So we needed to put in an assistant registrar position. Next slide, please. So coming back to some more emotional and outside of the classroom type support, some of this was already mentioned in a previous slide that Dr. McLaughlin covered, but we did not discuss yet the introduction of expanded Rutgers services. So we do have a Rutgers clinician, as the board knows, at the middle school to support those higher need students. We do have a part-time clinician at the elementary level, and we're looking to expand that to a full-time clinician. We're offering another 2 sports, boys and girls tennis, which is a great opportunity for our students to experience a sport that wasn't offered previously. And I believe we did talk about the physical education personnel and increase there, and the nursing services. Next slide, please. So professional development, along with all of these changes and new programs such as dual language, the integration of technology, the literacy, we need embedded and sustained professional development. That will continue, that will always be in a budget. It will always be something that I say to Mr. Minkowitz, I need money for professional development, don't forget, keep it in there. So these are some of the initiatives we have going on. The preschool will continue because that's part of that preschool expansion funds. The Vanguard program, we are looking to continue that. I'm going to discuss some of that in my report tonight. And of course, the dual language and the literacy consultant as well. Next slide, please.
Special education, as we mentioned, will be a goal this year and for years to come as we seek to build our special ed offerings, and especially to take a intense look at inclusionary services, those services that we provide in the least restrictive environment in the general ed class for our students. And as the board is aware, last year we made our first real efforts in this regard by adding 4 inclusion teachers at Dover High School. And what we would like to do is to continue that in a progressive way, working from the high school now to the middle school, with 2 additional special ed inclusion teachers for Dover Middle School, who will provide the necessary supports for our 7th and 8th graders with IEPs so that they can benefit from instruction in the general ed classroom. And of course, for students who need more intensive services, we continue to have those services. But previous to this, the opportunity for inclusion was very, very limited. And so this will continue, this work. We are also working as part this year as part of a grant program with the state of New Jersey on inclusion. So that has provided training to our high school teachers as well as to our preschool teachers on inclusion. Although we don't have control over the grant, we are applying again for that level of training. It's been a great partnership, and the state of New Jersey loves that we're in it. They have indicated to us that they look forward to Dover applying, so we're very optimistic that we'll continue to have that partnership with the Department of Education and Montclair State University in terms of inclusion. In addition to the 2 inclusion teachers, we would also be in this budget hiring a behaviorist. And behaviorists are individuals who are trained on working with productive behaviors for students, especially students who may be challenged in that area. Presently, the district has a part-time individual who they contract with through one of the Ed Service Commissions. This would be a full-time individual who would be able to provide services over an array of programs, but also provide some real intense services to our elementary autism class and to our full-day inclusion, our full-day self-contained preschool, as well as other programs throughout the district. So this would be moving again from a part-time contracted service to a full-time individual in our own schools and our own staff member. In the same vein, we contract a significant amount of occupational therapy, again, by outside providers. And although the providers are well qualified and provide a great deal of benefit to our students, we know that having someone on staff who is a part of our department, who is here, who can conduct both evaluations and direct services is critically important. So this budget will provide for a full-time occupational therapist. And then finally, in the area of special education, would be some very, very needed increased clerical support, expanding the clerical support for our department so that the documentation and the arrangements for services and all the elements that go along with special education are appropriately supported. Next slide, please. There are some other critical pieces in this budget which are also important to include in our discussion tonight. One is for a dean of students at Dover High School. The dean of students would serve in a quasi-administrative capacity to support student activities, to support attendance and attendance intervention for students who are struggling in that regard, to provide assistance in areas such as IRS and some of the areas that with only a principal and one assistant principal have been difficult to keep up with and to support not only for our students, but also for our teachers so that that level of support is there. It is a dean of students, which means that this individual will not be responsible for evaluating teachers, which lets this position focus where we feel it's most needed, which is on our students. Additionally, we have in this budget a new supervisor of math. The supervisor of mathematics would now concentrate on this critically important academic area. As we know, most schools, from K to 12 are built on two major areas, math and literacy. We've had a supervisor, a full-time supervisor of English. However, our current supervisor of math also supervises science and 21st century skills, 3 departments, which is not the level of support that our teachers need, when you quantify that. And although the person, this individual has been doing an absolutely fantastic job, we know that it's an understaffed administrative area. So we are looking forward to providing this additional supervisory position. And then finally, in the area of administration, would be a supervisor of pre-K to 6. So although all our subject supervisors are K to 12 in nature and will continue to be and will be our subject specialists, the supervisor of K to 6 will have as their unique focus the elementary staff in our buildings to support the efforts of the administration to make sure that there's cohesion in terms of the programs that we are providing in each of our elementary schools, to focus on the appropriate support that our elementary teachers need to provide programs and services to our students, concentrate on the correct materials and the correct implementation of the curriculum as we develop this. And as the board knows, elementary has been a real focus over the last 2 years and will continue to be a focus so that we prepare our students for success at the earliest stages, which obviously compounds as they grow older. Next slide, please.
So our next slide looks at technology. Technology definitely needed to be included in this budget for a variety of reasons, but primarily because we are now a 3,400 student district with a 1-to-1. So that requires a lot of personnel, which we were lacking. It requires special personnel positions like a help desk person, which would be stationed at the high school so that a student or a teacher could come. The help desk person would be able to assist them. They would help them fill out a ticket. They could help actually kind of troubleshoot what's going on. They can also pinpoint that student to the actual person that would be fixing the device and doing an intake that way. This person would also be responsible for the clerical needs of the tech department, the ordering, the receiving, the purchase orders, all of that would fall to this person as well. Our device replenishment. So we do have devices that are have outlived their life. It's amazing that they're still running. We need to start to do some sweeps, which means where we, replace all of the teacher devices and start fresh with a fleet. So we're looking at that in a number of different areas, one for staff, one for students, so that we can start to build a fleet that is turning over as the years go on, and we're not trying to fill holes with individual devices in that school year. So we're on the path to a more organized and more efficient department that can assist our students. There has been tremendous growth here, and we need to just keep that trajectory going to better support our staff and our students. Next slide, please.
So as we mentioned, in terms of especially our third district goal, and to be good stewards of our environment and to continue to provide facilities and access to the type of physical plant that our students require for learning to occur, there are a number of pieces under facility care and improvement. We'd like to begin with very exciting news that we will be renovating 2 of our science labs, a much needed renovation at Dover High School. And again, as I've mentioned several times in this presentation, this is the beginning. It's not the end. So it is our hope and aspiration that this is the beginning of continual upgrades for classrooms such as our science labs, which are specialty areas. Partial roof replacement will occur at Dover High School for a roof that actually was planned to be repaired last year, but after we received a decrease in state aid, had to be put on hold. So that will occur this summer. And the long-awaited East Dover air conditioning completion will also occur in this budget year and will take place during the summer months. The East Dover air conditioning completion is actually going to be funded through our ESSERS funding, as well as HVAC services at Academy Street School. Academy Street School needs a substantial upgrade, even though the air conditioning is fairly new there. There were certain deficiencies in that particular air conditioning installation that need to be rectified. So we will be having also a major HVAC upgrade at Academy Street School. HVAC services includes both an upgrade to a senior HVAC technician and also a new hire as an HVAC assistant. So I think anyone who has been following many of the COVID guidances that have come out have been aware of just how important the HVAC system is. It's certainly risen to the top of the list of things that we want to make sure we not only have in place but we maintain. And HVAC requires change of filters, attention to our equipment, adjustments that are made, and we want to make sure that we have the personnel so that the work that we're doing with HVAC continues to work well and appropriately into the future. Additionally, we will be adding a district electrician so that we do not have to contract out our electrician services, and we have someone on hand for our many facilities that require those services. We do have already on staff a plumber, and we have a carpenter. This really allows us to do much of our own work suited to our needs, making sure that we don't have to contract that out, or at least as little as possible. And that is a progression also in terms of our buildings and grounds department. And then finally, in this area, 3 additional district custodians. That's also been an area that we've been short on. We appreciate the efforts of our custodians, many times the overtime that they put in to keep us going. So 3 additional much needed custodians are in this budget as well. Next slide, please. Also, in this budget is an increase to our transportation services. We're not, there is a picture of a bus there, and it's a Mercedes bus. We do not have any Mercedes buses in our lot, but we do have new and very good buses. This particular budget is not buying any vehicles, but what it is doing is adding 2 drivers. And additionally, it also provides for new bus aids. And that is part of our commitment to expand our own district fleet. As you may know, our district depends heavily on contracted transportation services, and we're only able to do a portion of services with our own vehicles and our own drivers. And we realize that the more, again, just as we were talking about with occupational therapists and with behaviorists, the more that we can have our own personnel, we feel the better our students will be served, although certainly we in no way disparage, and feel that the contracted services that we're providing, but this is an area that we can improve on. So this will now give us 6 buses on the road. and we are looking forward again to continuing this in future years. The Tiger Wrap trailer, we've been able to bring our Tiger Wrap program into Dover High School. The Tiger Wrap trailer will now be designated for our transportation department. It will give our drivers a place to report in between their routes. Previous to this, they had no spot in the district, so we're very, very happy to repurpose that particular facility for our drivers in our transportation department. Next slide, please. So following this slide, Mr. Minkowitz will be presenting a number of slides regarding the financial situation in the district for the upcoming school year and how that plays out. But before he does that, I do want to emphasize that local tax levy and state aid are the major areas that make up a school budget. And in our district, those are the two major areas that make up the school budget. However, as we've emphasized over the time that we've been here in the district, that we know it's the obligation of the administration to go out and to find funds to supplement that, to help increase the district expenditure in ways that do not put more of a load on our taxpayer and continues to provide greater benefit for our students. So outside of those areas of aid that we would get anyway, and what I mean by that is Title I, IDEA. Those are grants that are not competitive. They're allotted to us by the state. These figures that I'm presenting are not inclusive of those. These are areas such as, and there'll be a detailed slide on this coming up, what these areas encompass. But this would include things like E-rate. This would include areas like preschool expansion funding, all of which were applied for, and much of which was new to the district. So in the 2019-2020 school year, you can see the figure there of $6,500,000 that was brought into the district through those types of fundings. This year, and some of it was due to application for things like digital divide funding and CARES Act funding, the figure is even higher of 11 million. And our commitment will be to continue to look for those funds where they exist, both in terms of dollars and services, and to support the efforts of our local community as they support our budget, and to make sure that we do our very, very best for our students in providing expanded services. And with that, next slide, I turn this over to Mr. Minkowitz.
Thank you. I can cover each of these pretty briefly. Be good to explain them. The CARES Act came out this year. That's a 2-year. So that's for this year and next year. So that amount carries over and has to be closed out by June of 22. And what we use these funds for primarily to address COVID and use for PPE, personal protection equipment, such as masks, gloves, cleaning products, all the plexiglass in the district that we had to special order, special fit, specially make much of it. Disinfecting devices that have been used in the classrooms and support rooms. And we continue to use that. So that has helped tremendously with keeping the whole district cleaned and disinfected. The preschool funding Dr. McLaughlin mentioned, that is ongoing and increasing. And we are getting ready for next year for that already. I can't believe it. That's for preschool costs, and most of it is for the tuition to the preschool providers. So we pay per student, I think it's around $13,000 to the different providers. Digital divide, that is used largely for technology devices, upgrades, and internet access for students and families. And there's probably more, but I just pay the bills. I don't create all the plans for digital divide. E-rate, same thing. Technology costs and upgrades, E-rate category 1 and category 2, very complicated applications. Takes a lot of time to put them together, takes a lot of data to provide, and we are getting the most funding that we can possibly get. School security grant, used for school security improvements, and Mr. Bullock is overseeing that. The CRRSA is what Dr. McLaughlin referred to. They also say ESSER. These are referred to as ESSER 2 grant monies, and these will address items such as learning acceleration, mental health, and much of it will go to the air quality issues that Dr. McLaughlin talked about at Eastover and at Academy Street. And that's exciting because it was cut out of the budget with the state aid cut, and now we can address them and upgrade and fix them and have cleaner, more fresh air and air conditioning. And that's also, we're just applying for that now. It wasn't included in the budget numbers. Every school was told not to include it in the budget numbers, but it's going to be available right away. Coronavirus relief, that was this current year that we cleaned and disinfected every single rooftop and every single classroom HVAC unit in the district. We had to actually hire 2 different companies. Everyone was so busy, but we got 2 different really good companies. They worked top to bottom, and they also cleaned every single duct in the district. They vacuumed, they cleaned, they power washed. It was a lot of work. They were there day and night for many weeks. So it actually is double bonus for us because it addressed coronavirus relief, but it also, they talk about healthy buildings. They say it will absolutely just help overall with the health of the students and allergies and just having cleaner air with all our HVAC and clean ducts. Next slide. Adequacy. This could be a whole evening itself. Let me read that last sentence there. Adequacy budget for each district is calculated by the New Jersey Department of Education annually under the education cost parameters in the SFRA formula. So the Department of Ed has a formula, and they calculate what would be an adequate budget for every single district in the state. And this is the snapshot of our district from 10 years ago till today. And I'll talk about just this year, that 2021. It's pretty complicated slide. But what it says is the state says that we are $4 million under adequacy in local taxes. So according to the state, for us to provide, according to the state, for us to fully fund the cost of educating all district students to achieve state academic standards, including the additional cost of educating low-income students, English language learners, and students with disabilities. So the state is telling us we're about $4 million short where we should be in raising local taxes. And the state is also telling us that we're about 16 million underfunded in state aid. So there, depending on the governor, I guess, there's an increase, there's an attempt to increase our state aid and get us back up to that level. So the total, the 16 million and the 4 million, according to the state, we are $20 million under adequacy where we should be to provide all the funds and services that the state says we need to provide. So that's pretty drastic, I think. Next slide. School tax levy, that is the current year and next year difference for the local tax levy And that difference of 324,000 represents 2%. That is the maximum any district can raise their local tax levy without any waivers or anything of that sort. Any second questions that you might put on the budget, we have none. We have no waivers. We have no second questions. We are just proposing a 2% local tax levy increase. The local tax levy debt, that addresses our outstanding bonds. I believe they are 30-year bonds of the work that we had done about 24 years ago. So that will decrease a little bit each year as the interest amounts go down each year. So the total tax impact for the next year is $319,667. Next slide. This is a kind of busy slide as well, but what I can tell you is those revenue amounts, the two largest revenue amounts by far that make up 93% of all revenues are property taxes and state aid. And I think in a subsequent slide, we'll see the difference in what percentage of the budget is property tax and what is state aid. State aid surplus is any prior year savings. This year we put about $126,000 of surplus into next year's budget. That's been historically I've seen Dover uses prior year savings to put in subsequent year budgets. And miscellaneous revenue is a number of things. Interest on all of our bank accounts that pool together. That's our interest income for each year. It could be any facility rental. It could be students turning in money for anything lost, books, computers, all goes to miscellaneous revenue. Say there's tuition adjustments from other schools from prior years, that goes to miscellaneous revenue. So there's many items that make that up, but it's still a small percentage of the total. The expenses as well, you could say that they are two large items, and they are in any district and every probably company, corporation, and they are salary and benefits. They make up about 68% of our total, just salary and benefits. So that leaves 32% of the budget to cover everything else, much of which is state mandated but not state funded. So you see how difficult it is with 2% tax increase each year and a lot of state mandated increase that we have no control over, and 68% of the budget we have very little control over. I mean, that's negotiated contracts, and benefits we have little control over as well, and they seem to go up 8 to 10% a year, and that's with everybody as well. Health benefits are very expensive. Next slide. So state aid is up this year, $5,379,000. That's a little misleading. It's not, $5 million increase. What it really represents is they cut us in state aid $2.8 million in the current year. So you could say that they restored our $2.8 million, and then on top of that, they gave us $2.6 million. So the swing between restoring our state aid and giving us additional state aid next year, those two items are $5,379,480. There we go. I mentioned this previously. State aid represents 64% of the operating budget. I mentioned to Dr. McLaughlin that I worked in Harding District for a few years, and Harding District, the state aid represented 3% of the school operating budget. So 64% is good. It's not the highest. I'm sure the app districts are much higher, but 64%, I believe, is 3% higher than it was the previous year. Preschool expansion funds have gone up a little bit, and federal grants, if you see, we call them Fund 20, all of our Fund 20 accounts. Dr. McLaughlin mentioned Title I, IDEA. What they tell us is those grants year to year are not guaranteed. So they say, just be safe and budget 85% of the current year for next year. So if you see a decrease in next year's budgeted amounts for those grants, that's why. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of expenditures. As I said, if you took this as a whole and looked at everybody that worked in each of these areas, it would make up 68% of the budget, the benefits and salaries. But see that school administration 4%. I was thinking about that this afternoon. Most schools I've seen, I've worked in, are between 6 and 8%. So that's school administration and central administration. 7% of administration is probably a little lower than most. Right in the middle, probably average. But there is an administrative cost calculation in the budget, and they give you a maximum for your area of the state. They give a north, a central, and a south, and we're in the central region, and we're well below the maximum. I didn't include that slide. We could probably include 10 more slides and talk about the budget for another hour, but we are well below what the state said we can go to in administrative costs if we want to, or if the board wanted to. Next slide. And this slide is just the previous slide broken up by amounts. So if you wanted to refer back to this slide for any reason, there's the amounts. Next slide. Where does the revenue come from? As I said, by far and away, the top two, state aid and local tax levy. The tuition is the tuition from the Mine Hill students. The SEMI program is Medicaid, so that helps us support our needy and lower income, I suppose, students and families. That's a lot of work. We track our expenditures in that area, our salaries, our costs, and we apply for those funds, and we meet certain criteria and we receive that funding. Miscellaneous and interest I spoke about, fund balance I spoke about, excuse me. Capital reserve is the two projects that Dr. McLaughlin mentioned, the two science room upgrades at the high school and the high school roof. That is taken out of capital reserve, and it's estimated to be about 1.6 million. Well, we have to go out to bid, and hopefully the bids will come in a little less than that, but we never know. Next slide. Next slide, please. Cost containment measures and shared services. This is something we continually look at. We are in a number of cooperative purchases, and what we do is we join a cooperative. They go out to bid for a number of goods and services, and we try and take the opportunity to utilize the best bids that come in for those goods and services. So we belong to the Morris County Ed Service Commission. Ed Data is another cooperative that is run out of Saddlebrook, New Jersey. NJ Co-op used to be called Middlesex Co-op. They go out to bid for a lot of goods and services. ACES Electricity, that is a co-op that all schools are recommended to join so that you can use the power of all the schools together, going out to a very large bid to get the best rate. E-rate reimbursements for telecommunications we spoke about. Cooperative purchasing of property insurance and workers' comp. We are in a cooperative group of school districts, and we pool all of our resources together to get the best insurance and workers' comp rates. And I just said to Dr. McLaughlin, I believe a month ago, that I went to a seminar on workers' compensation, and the group that we are in Morris County has the best experience in the state. And I hope I didn't just curse the group, but we are our group, I think of 28 members have the best percentage of experience. Cooperative purchasing, Town of Dover for fuel. SEMI, we spoke about, that's the Medicaid initiative. And shared services, we started in the current year with Del Val High School for technology. Next slide. Budget comparison. You'll see the operating budget has gone up 7%. So the tax levy is 2% of that. And then the other items that have gone up more. This year, there was a little increased swing in the tuition from Mine Hill. And that always is an estimate of the prior year. And then when the actual tuition amounts are certified, then we square up. So sometimes the tuition for Mine Hill goes up a little bit and they see a decrease, and sometimes we see a decrease, but it seems to ebb and flow. It's fair. And this year we were the ones that experienced a little bit of a decrease. Total debt service, I spoke about that. You'll see the federal state restricted programs went down 25%. And I spoke about that. They just advised us to budget less than the current year because it's not a guaranteed grant. So that's the total. Total budget expenditures, 2.19%. Next slide, please. And this is the cost per pupil. Dr. McLaughlin mentioned that, how we were the lowest out of the study that he did. And if you go to the next slide, I tried to make this as clear as possible. Sorry, Ms. Rigliano. I couldn't get my spreadsheet small enough to get into this slide clearly, but you can see 17 or 17 on each side, 34 total. Surrounding school district, Dover is the lowest cost per student, with Harding Township being the top. I had mentioned before that I worked there, and they have a 97% of that spending is local. Harding is a very wealthy district, so they benefit from that. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. You'll see that amount for Dover is a little different than what you might see when you look in the budget. If you actually look in our 88-page budget that's filed with the county, and that is because this figure here is an original amount, and the budget asks us to put in revised amounts. I wouldn't be able to look up everybody's revised amounts until next year. So that's why that differs a little bit. These are all original budget amounts from last year. Okay, next slide, please. State aid versus local tax levy. As we said, each year we use a little surplus from the prior year if we have it to support the budget, and it was 126,000. State aid increased by 5,379,000. Local tax rate increased 2%, and no use of banked cap. Banked cap is it's I don't want to say phasing out. If a district doesn't utilize all of its waivers and maximum tax increases, they can have a banked amount. They can bank that. If they don't use it in prior years, they can bank it and use it in a subsequent year. We are not using any of that. So we're just going 2%. You would use that and put it in your budget. And I know a couple years ago, Vernon Township in Sussex County used a whole lot of bank cap from prior years, and they increased their local tax levy in 1 year greater than 10%. So, that's what you could do with bank cap. We're not utilizing any. Next slide, please. Okay, tax analysis from Dover. This is a busy slide as well. So this is the general tax levy, 16,556,000. That includes the 2% increase, the debt service we talked about. So you get a total tax levy of 17 million. Now Dover's allocation is 93%. That comes from the state. The state sends us a memo in February, tells us what Dover's allocation of the budget is and what Victory Gardens allocation. So Dover's this year, the memo we received in February said that our allocation is 93.5% of that total tax levy. So that turns out to be 16,108,834. Now the net tax valuation, that is all the property in Dover, what it's valued at. I got that figure from the Township of Dover. So if you take the allocation needed for Dover, the 16 million, and you divide that, the net tax valuation into that, you get the tax rate. And if you multiply that tax rate by your assessed home value, that is the amount you will pay for your school property tax. So the town also gave me that average home assessment. It's clear on my screen. The town also gave me that average assessment of 239,000 per house, average house in Dover. So you multiply the tax rate by that average home assessment, and you get the taxes payable for your school for next year, $2,976. Current year, $2,911. You'll see at the bottom left, that's an increase of $64.77 for the average home value in Dover. That would be $5.40 increase per month. So the 2% tax increase will cost the average homeowner $5.40 a month. And go to the next slide, please. So this is the Victory Gardens version. As I said, the Dover percentage was 93.5%. So the Victory Gardens percentage allocation of the total tax levy is 6.5%, and that equals 1,153,617. Net tax valuation of the entire Victory Gardens, I have received that from the Victory Gardens municipality. Divide those two numbers, you get the estimated tax rate for Victory Gardens. I received the average home value also from Victory Gardens, and they gave me the figure of 171,481. So the average home assessment in Victory Gardens for next year is estimated to be 2802.17. This year was 2709.40. So the increase for Victory Gardens for next year for their local school taxes on the average home would be $92.77 or $7.73 per month. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you, Jim. Our attempt tonight was, among the three of us, was to provide a clear outlook of how the dollars that we are spending are being spent, how they support the district vision and mission, and then exactly having a very clear look at the amounts that we're talking about and the impact financially for our community and what progress we are making in terms of increasing our per pupil expenditure. Obviously, no matter how detailed you are in a presentation, something like this always should have a second look. And this presentation, as well as the user-friendly budget, will be posted during this week on our district website. We'll get that up as soon as possible so that individuals who want to take a closer look at the information that was presented this evening will be able to do so. And if the board has any questions at this point, we would be, any of the three of us would be happy to address them.
Can we stop sharing so I can see everyone, please? And I think I saw Miss Nutting. So go ahead, Miss Nutting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. My only question is looking at everything that we do need, I do truly understand it. Given the fact that we are at the tail end of, well, hopefully at the tail end of the pandemic, I will say, in hopes of that's out there. Was it possible to do 1% instead of doing the 2% to give our community a chance to bounce back from the pandemic and, not between the town doing their increase of taxes and then us doing an increase, the combined percentage for everybody is going to be completely different. Was that something that was also taken in consideration?
We do feel that it's critically important that we continue to utilize both the local tax levy and state aid to the maximum extent that we can. As Mr. Minkowitz pointed out, we are below adequacy, well below adequacy, both in local share and in state funding. And that's had a cumulative effect. So every time you budget less than the 2%, it not only has an impact on that budget year, but it has an impact, a compounding impact on every year that follows. And one of the reasons that we really found ourselves in a hole is because the district in prior years did not go to their 2%. So it impacted the district in the years that occurred, but it continues to have an impact today on us. So we feel strongly, I feel strongly, that we have an obligation, not just for this present budget year, but for the budget years to come, to continue to apply at the 2% level. As Mr. Minkowitz mentioned, our expenses well exceed 2%. So 2% does not keep up with the price of inflation. And we are so short in our services. I know I said this many times during the course of the presentation, but just as an example, basic skills and special ed and nursing, even our facilities such as the science labs that we talked about, that we're talking about a progressive path to get to where we need to be. To cut back on any of that now would, I think, really be detrimental. And so we know we're asking for a commitment from our community. We understand that. We are, we truly know the commitment that we're asking of our community, but we also are committing to the school community that we will provide services at a high level, that will provide services that kids need, that we're not going to do music lessons in doorways anymore, and we're not going to have 40 kids in a class, and we're going to have basic skills for kids who need it. And it really kind of means that we have to have all our pistons firing, including the 2% increase. So I guess that's my long answer to your question.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. First, I want to thank the administration for all the work on the budget. I know the budget process is all year long, and it is very difficult and takes a lot of time. And I also appreciate all the work that's been done on the grants, which I know make a huge impact. It's a lot of money coming into the district with the grants that we desperately need. One of the things that I want to say is that from a board perspective, I know I had emailed trying to get the information. The budget-friendly summary is not so budget-friendly to understand the context or the insight and the alignment of the funds to our mission. So since to be able to vote on it, it makes it a little harder to understand how it all comes together. It's like a puzzle. But the presentation has answered a lot of my questions. So my request is that in the future, this presentation should be given to the board along with the summary ahead of time, so that we can have more time to analyze and understand, come to together with some of our questions. So a lot of the questions that I have are based on the summary only. One of the questions I had has to do with the capital reserve line on page 6 of the summary. And I see that you're using almost $6 million capital reserve. But I guess what I don't understand is when I look at the estimated balance in 21 is 5.2 million. The estimated balance in 22 is 4.6. It doesn't add up to the 1.6 million. Am I looking at that wrong?
No, the difference is the amounts we will expect to put back in at the end of this
Okay.
June and next June.
Okay, so yeah, so there's a different amount that you would expect to have in there. Okay.
Right.
And the other thing is, I didn't understand on page 7, you have per pupil cost calculation. But I'm not sure what goes into the total classroom instruction figure, because since we're adding teachers and doing more from an education perspective, that number actually goes down in 22 as opposed to what it was in 2021. I expected it to go up.
That's a good question. Those figures are figured out by the budget program itself. And if I go into the budget guidelines, the book of 280-page budget guidelines, there is somewhere in the appendix all of the lines that go into each of those rows of calculations. So I could, any calculation that you are curious about and want to know the details about, I could probably go into the budget guidelines and see which lines are added up. There's probably 300, lines in our expenditure budget. So I'm not sure exactly what it's picking for each of those rows.
Okay.
So it could be misleading. And this is another challenge. And each district I've found sometimes charges some things to maybe a line or row that another district wouldn't charge to, whether it's a supply or a copier or a postage machine so that throws it off a little bit. But if you tell me specifically what numbers you're looking for, I can find it back up.
Okay, yeah, I guess we can talk offline, because I'm sure there's other numbers that go into that are just not part of that in the report.
Right.
So, and I do understand the concern that having the extra local money, because there's not a guarantee of state aid in the future or grants. And if we lose both of those and we don't have at least some extra operating funds, then we can't, try to keep a baseline. So I get that. But one of the things that I just want to touch on is that when you look at the per pupil cost in conjunction with Morris County, Morris County is the richest county in New Jersey. The other thing is almost all those districts, they bus all their pupils to school. So there's a bigger chunk of that per pupil cost in all of those other schools that we don't have. So it would be nice to see, a apples to apples comparison of the true education spending between the other schools. If it's possible to pull out the busing to see what are those numbers really look like.
Yeah, I think just to jump in there for a second, Scott, that was one of the reasons why we wanted to present from the last year that it was available, the per pupil spending guide. It's not perfect because school districts have their own unique needs that they often have to fund. For example, our district decided they were going to provide free breakfast for every student. Not every school district does that. So, and you can't always pull that out. Like something like transportation, you might be able to do, but other pieces such that are more discrete may be difficult. what we wanted to do was present not just Morris County, but also, all K-12 districts. Not K-6s and K-8s are a little difficult to compare to because an array of high school programs is a whole different ballgame. But looking at over 200 K-12 school districts, and just knowing that we were the district that had the least, really was, I think that was pretty dramatic for us. And it's part of the journey, it's part of the catch up, and it's not just having a better number, it's all the things that that number supports.
Yeah, and the slide that you had that showed the adequacy, I thought it was a good slide, but what does the state say about the fact that they're admitting that, they really should be giving us almost $17 million more in state aid, when, some of the Abbott districts get a lot more? I don't know what the comparison is and how they determine this formula.
I think there's a recognition at the state level, and I think that they, at least over the last couple of years, have been making attempts to try to rectify the formula. A lot of districts are on the other side of that, who the state has indicated are overfunded, and they've been, as the money has been shifting, there have been some very unpleasant budget meetings in those districts. So I think there's a recognition, and I think there's also an understanding, I think, from all of us, the state isn't going to fix this in a year. It's going to happen over a progression of time.
Right. I think Tom's River, they were devastated. Their state aid was cut so much they had to cut 300 plus teachers, something like that. So it's going to be a slow process.
Well, it's always a risk for us, and it would be catastrophic for us to lose a lot of state aid.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other board member discussion on the budget?
Ms.
Or
Grisales, if
questions?
I may?
Yes, Ms. Reese.
Thank you. I'm going to put my hand down so I don't. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Ms. Grisales. Well, I have the floor. I have about a dozen questions, some which I did present prior to this presentation based on the information we received in the Finance and Facilities Committee, as well as the information we received via email. And some of the questions are based on tonight's presentation. This is the best presentation I've ever seen on the budget, as I've had the privilege to sit on the board and even before. So I really appreciate the work that has gone into it. And I understand that because some of my questions are in response to that presentation and weren't emailed prior, the administration may not have the answers tonight. So I'll start with my first question that I did email and kind of piggybacks on Mr. Miller's question. The state of New Jersey organizes districts depending on certain factors, socioeconomic factors. So we, the Dover School District, are in factor group A, and we are the only factor group A in Morris County. So certainly comparing us to other districts in Morris County may not give a full picture of what's really going on and may not be a completely fair comparison. When we compare ourselves to districts that are also factor A, there are other concerns, right? Maybe they have busing that we don't, for example, as Mr. Miller raised. Still, the Union City School District is one that is very comparable to ours in terms of socioeconomic factors and demographics. And they were spending over $23,000 in their cost per pupil. But we saw on the chart that Mr. Minkowitz went through that Harding Township spends almost double what we do. So before we really kind of just take those numbers, what explains that? I think Mr. Miller alluded to state aid and different services being part of that equation, but what explains that vast difference that makes us the district that spends the least on our students?
So I'll start, and if Mr. Minkowitz wants to add anything, or Ms. Sirigliano to it, please do. But there's two things. One, we're a heavy state aid district, and for a lot of years, the state aid formula, and it continues to be not correct in terms of what we should be receiving. So that's a big element. But the other piece is that if historically, and this was my answer to what the first question that Ms. Nutting proposed tonight, if the district over a number of years continues to go under the 2%, and as we said, 2% doesn't meet your inflation needs, insurance alone it will, exceeds that. So if we don't go to the 2% this year and every year, then each year following will bear the brunt of that. It will not only be the reduced amount for that year, but it will also build off a lesser amount than it would have. So from our understanding, there were a number of years that the district did not go to 2% tax levy. So that had an impact, and combined with state aid, plus combined when we looked 2 years ago, where E-rate funding wasn't being applied for, preschool funding wasn't being applied for. So there were a number of areas that weren't tapped, as well as the two major areas that I just mentioned.
I would also add to that, a district like Harding would take advantage of, say, any waivers that I mentioned before. So not only would they go to 2% tax increase every year, but if there were a waiver for health costs increase, they would go for that waiver. Their waivers have come and gone, increased, decreased over the years, but if any waivers were available, Harding would go for them. So their tax increase might not be 2% every year, maybe it would be 4% one year, 5% one year. And, over a course of 20 years, that builds up.
Thank you. My next question is, there was a lot of talk about CTE approval and CTE programming. As Ms. Grisales often does, can we clarify that means career and technical education?
Yes, and that's a program, and I know Ms. Rigliano has talked a bit about it over the course of the year. That's a program that's designed to provide two things. One, credentials at the end of a high school career, where students have credentials to go out and be marketable right from high school graduation to get a competitive job at competitive wages. And it also prepares a student well, positions a student through the accumulation of credits to then segue into a college program that even increases those credentials at a higher level. It gives students a career path, knowledge base, and it really gives them a great advantage in moving forward, both in terms of credits that they don't have to pay for when they go to college, advancing them in the college process, but also having the option to go right out and work after high school, and to do so in a competitive employment, which, if needed, could sustain them.
Great. And my next question is on the basic skills positions. We learned in the presentation that there were 0 basic skills positions in our district, and now we will have 5 more, if I'm remembering correctly the presentation. Will they be assigned one to each school? Will they rotate? And most importantly, will they meet our need? Is 5 basic school teachers the number that we need to meet our students' needs? Or even with those 5, should we, in a wonderful universe where we were adequately funded, should we have more?
So last year we put 1 basic skills position in the budget. We shared it between 2 elementary schools. This year we're adding 4. So it's a total of 5, but 1 was last year and 4 is this year. And it's just the beginning. One of the things that we know, we have right now, we are concentrating on intervention, so that in addition to having a good special education program, you want to provide levels of intervention so that a student doesn't require an IEP to get support that they could get without an IEP. And right now, we haven't had much to go. Once the teacher has done the best they can in the classroom, there was nothing else to provide outside of an IEP. And that's not right. It's not the way it's supposed to work. So I'm going to use the term a drop in the bucket. It's a drop in the bucket. Right now, it's a beginning. It's a substantial beginning, and we also have to learn how to use it. So it's good that we're progressing in a progressive fashion. But just like we said with nursing and with basic skills and with special education inclusion, it is, and in terms of some of our facility upgrades, it's a progression. So this is not an end. We're okay now. It's a work in progress.
And in a similar vein, what is the appropriate level of bilingual education class size? What level will we be at if this budget is passed and we hired the 2 new bilingual education teachers?
So at an elementary level in a bilingual class, we're certainly looking to be at a 23, 24 maximum student class size, which is not super low, but it's certainly an appropriate class size that we can ask teachers to make a difference with kids with. At a high school level, or at where level 1 and level 2 come into play, there are even lower numbers that are mandated of 15. A level 1 can't be a class more than 15. So, and we have plans. We have plans for new types of services that we hope in subsequent years to come back and to work on, especially with our SLIFE and our SIFE students, those with interrupted formal education, students who come to us who may have missed years of schooling, because there are program designs that really are suited to those students that at this point we really don't have yet.
Okay, so am I hearing correctly? We're going to hire 2. It will be better, but just like with the basic skills teachers, we will need more?
Yes.
Okay. I want to thank Ms. Sirigliano for the building community slide. I'm sorry, it's not a difficult name. I just,
That's all right.
for the building community slide. That just really touched my heart to see and hear what we are doing to ensure that we are a community school, that our children's needs are met so that they can learn at their best potential. So I want to thank Mr. Igliano and Mr. Cruz and that team for keeping the registration going year round, and look forward to them having the support that they need. Moving on to the special education slide. In my line of work, I am familiar with behaviorists and can't say enough about what a huge difference a behaviorist can make in a person's life. How preventative it is. A behaviorist for someone who needs it could make the difference between long-term hospitalization and remaining in the community. So I'm really glad to hear that this budget proposes that addition on the same vein, right? We had a part-time behaviorist, now we'll have 1 full-time behaviorist. Does that meet our need? Or in an ideal world, to meet our students' need, should we really have more than 1 behaviorist?
I think we're going to continue to analyze our programs. So for example, we didn't spend a lot of time on this, but 2 years ago, there were no autism offerings in the district. Now we have both a preschool program that's appropriate for students on the spectrum, as well as a primary elementary program. As we said, the BCBA or the behaviorist would work very closely with those programs in addition to other programs. But if we were to increase offerings of that nature, or even to really look at some of our other specialized programs in particular, we very well may need to, and most likely will need to go beyond 1 behaviorist. But right now, it's 1 we don't have. And as you mentioned, it's part-time, but it's also, I want to emphasize, it's a contracted part-time, which means when that person leaves and goes to another district, they're not here at all to talk to. There's a big difference between having someone who lives here 5 days a week.
Right. And moving on to the slide that talked about the dean of students, I thought I heard the term quasi-administrator. And we have been a district with a comparatively low number of administrators and supervisors. And I think in this budget, I saw a couple supervisory roles being added. So, but sticking just to the dean of students, what do you mean by quasi-administrator? And is this going to be a stipend position, a paid at an administrator salary? How's that going to work?
No, this will be paid at a teacher salary, but it will be full-time, and it will be devoted to administrative matters that don't include the evaluation of teachers. So this individual will not supervise or evaluate teachers. They'll be solely working on student matters, whether that's assisting in interventions, student activities, working in certain disciplinary matters, but they will be focused on students. And that was really the intent here, in not making this, at least out of the gate, and another assistant principal, because there are other duties that come with that. And really, where we heard from the high school administration where the need was, were on student-based matters.
And along those lines, I just want to celebrate the proposal for a math supervisor. Contrary to what most people say about lawyers, I love math, and I think we have a great math potential in our district. And I look forward to having the math supervisor support the team and help our students gain a love for math. Shout out to Ms. Schoolmaker and many of my math teachers at Dover. We are also, I've heard this one-to-one term with regard to technology thrown around and not always mean the same thing. Today, I heard in this presentation that we have about 3,300 to 3,400 students with one-to-one. What do we mean when we say that? What does that mean, one-to-one?
You want me to take that one, Dr.
Yes.
McLaughlin? So one-to-one literally means one device per one student. So every secondary student in the district has either a MacBook or a MacBook Pro. And the pre-K to sixth grade students all have iPads. So every one child has their own device, and it is solely theirs. It is tagged to them, it is labeled to them in our MDM, it is registered to them. Another student should not be using that device. It is only for that child.
And of course, with COVID, it's different, but once we return to a safe 5-day-a-week in-person learning, it will be theirs to take home as well, or at that point, will it just stay for use in the school?
So the idea, and this is something that we'll be discussing with the tech team as we roll into the summer, is looking at where the needs would be if we're back in for full-time instruction. Whatever that looks like, hopefully, it's not a hybrid, hopefully we're back. There are programs that run where the secondary students take the devices home, but K-6, they stay in the classroom and they're used when the students are in the classroom. The administrative team, we have not discussed that. We are, again, focused very much so on the here and now, getting us through till June 30th. Those plans are yet to be discussed, but I don't foresee devices sitting in carts. So devices might be in carts when the students are in the building, but I don't see that being a permanent home for them.
Great. And back to my vein of, are we just barely meeting the need, or are we kind of getting extra? I'm so excited to see the science labs. Wow, finally. Is this an extra? Is this a perk? Are we just getting fancy labs and the ones we had were just fine? Or are we meeting a desperate need here?
I'm going to say I feel we're meeting a desperate need. And I think any walk through our labs, observers would agree.
I set you up for that one. Okay, and I'm happy to hear that Tiger Wrap is in-house. Maybe you've told us before, but it felt like new information for me. Where are they now in our district, in our building? I know you said the high school, but like where?
Yeah, so they are in the hallway close to the guidance office. So there is a small hallway where learning community was previously housed, and where our food service clerk used to have an office before she came over to the administration building. Those two offices now are for Tiger Wrap, and there is a third office that used to be a part of the child study team. That is right across the hall, proximate, maybe, I don't know, 30 feet away. That's the third office for Tiger Wrap. So it's very close to guidance. It has a degree of privacy to it and its own entity, but students will no longer have to walk across the parking lot and the tennis courts to get to Tiger Wrap. Especially a student in crisis, it's not a good idea to have that student having to travel to get services.
And speaking for myself, not the full board, I think it also removes some of the undeserved stigma that our mental health gets. You know, it's part of your average normal day in school. Should you need to visit the nurse or the counselor or see a teacher after school. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate this team for bringing us, if I understood this right, 11 million in funding with the grants. So that sounds like so much money. Thank you. But still, even with all that, a 20 million below adequacy budget is infuriating, quite honestly. How does that compare to other districts? So again, recognizing that, you know, there isn't a fair comparison, right? How much below adequacy is Randolph? How much below adequacy is Union City? That 20 million sounds like a lot.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that question, or if anybody on our team can. That would probably have to be a research question that we looked into.
That's a good question. I've worked in a few districts, and I have to tell you that Dover is the first one I've experienced that is under adequacy. The prior districts I've worked in were all over adequacy. And if you're over adequacy, you have to provide a statement with your budget to the state of New Jersey explaining why you're over. So that's interesting.
These districts, Mr. Salas, in response to Mr. Minkowitz's statement, I'm wondering if the districts, if Mr. Minkowitz is willing to share how many districts he worked in previously and if they were all in New Jersey.
Yes. I would say four or five. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yes, all in New Jersey, all in either Morris, Union, Sussex County.
I see. That's not comforting, but thank you for giving us information we need to move forward. Okay. And the presentation also stated that 64% of our budget is state aid. How much should it be? Is there a should? And it sounds like there is a should, because the state is giving us 16 to 17 million than they're supposed to. So what would that translate in percentage?
I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting way of phrasing how the percentage would change. So if our overall budget went up, would the percentage change? That might be, again, a good question for us to take a look at before I give you a quick reply.
Sure. And I may have myself all mixed up with this, so that this question may not make sense. You mentioned in the presentation the SEMI program, and I would just confirm that that's Special Education Medication Initiative or Medicaid Initiative?
Medicaid
Medicaid Initiative. And then you'd also mentioned in the presentation that we are looking to increase our inclusionary offerings so that more of our students can have all their needs met in-house. Do those correlate? The more students whose needs are met in the district, the more semi-program funding?
No. Semi would be applied to any student who's classified and eligible, and the state actually tells us who's eligible. One of the areas that the board may be aware of is that for a number of years, the district has been on a corrective semi plan, which is required by the state if you do not meet your targets. So the district over many years has not taken in the amount of revenue it should, which means that you have to, if you have a service for a student who's eligible, you have to log that service on a monthly basis, and you have to submit that to the state. So we've made progress. We've made some good progress from last year. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I can get it to the board. But we are still well below our target areas for the state. And that's an area, we didn't emphasize it in the budget presentation, but it's an area of revenue because we'll make those expenditures for those students whether or not we submit it. This doesn't help or hurt the students, but it does hurt our budget if we're not successfully submitting for reimbursement.
I want to make sure I understand that response. I'm going to read it, kind of spit it back at you in the way that I heard it. So children who are in need of services and get their services, we are expending that money regardless. In the past, we weren't tracking and reporting those services. And because we weren't tracking and reporting, we were then not getting the funding. And now we have started to make sure we are tracking and reporting so that we do get the funding?
Yes,
Okay.
but it's intensive. And one of the reasons why there's in the budget that there's increased clerical support for the special services department is to help make sure, it's not the only reason, but it's also to help make sure that we do a better job with semi. There's a lot of work to it. And
Dr. McLaughlin, isn't there a percentage that you're required to do the work? Because it is so much work that, again, in a couple of prior districts I worked in, their percentage was lower, so they waived all their requirements for semi because it's so much work.
if you have 40 or less students who are Medicaid eligible, you can
Right.
apply for a waiver.
Right.
You know, we're not, that's not a number that applies to us.
Right.
But districts that could get revenue, as Mr. Minkowitz is saying, if you have 40 students, you get revenue from that, don't feel it's worth the work because it's intensive work.
Well, thank you for doing that intensive work because the budget is important. My last statement is thank you so much for the tax analysis slide and the explanation. That was awesome. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again. I appreciate that. $5.40 per month for the average homeowner sounds actually low. And correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that last year we talked about an average average cost per homeowner of like 30 something. So maybe I'm just comparing, maybe we said that quarterly or something. Is that my error, Mr. Minkowitz?
I can check to see what was last year, but I tried to double check my figures for this year, and I believe they're accurate.
Okay, so $5.40 for the average homeowner per month is certainly a figure that I can sleep well at night with. That's all my questions. Thank you for your patience with them.
Dr. Sainer?
I'm going to keep this as brief as I can. Thank you for this very comprehensive budget that is some drops in our bucket of need. It's really great for us to move forward. And in addition to the programs and the people that will directly interact with our students, which is always our priority, right? Our primary goal is to, positively impact student achievement. It is also really easy to see how many of these new programs and hires help everyone in the district, right? Looking at our parents who sometimes struggle to make connections with the school, having the community liaisons, more translation, bringing those parents into the school and getting them the things that they need. Looking at our teachers and new science rooms, yay. But beyond that, having access to more guidance counselors, right? Teachers working with guidance counselors, with the Rutgers behavioral specialists, with technology, right? All of those things make the teachers' lives a little bit easier and allow them to, focus on what they do best, which is teaching. Looking at, administration, sharing the load amongst more administrators allows each teacher and administrator interaction to be a better one, to be a more thorough one. Looking at our child study team, having more options in terms of special education. This budget really touches every aspect, every corner, every, crevice in our district. And I do want to thank you for that and for your excellent explanation of why all of this is so necessary for our students and our schools. And I am also thankful. None of us want to pay more taxes. We live in New Jersey. But that $5 to $7 amount per month, and to think about what we get for that, right? I have more than a page and a half of notes, just a list of new programs, new personnel, new thing, new science rooms. Sorry, I'm stuck on that, that we're getting. And $5 a month that's a great investment in our children's future. So thank you very much for your budget and for the excellent presentation.
Any other board member? I have some quick follow-up. In regards to the supervisor of math, will the other person continue to supervise the two departments, the science and the 21st century skills? Okay. All right. I'm excited to hear about a new sport and a new opportunity for our students. I'm wondering, is there anything budgeted to upgrade the tennis courts or to fix anything in regards to the tennis courts if we're starting a new sport?
The tennis courts will definitely be ready for play. So that can be whatever needs to happen there can happen through regular maintenance. And we do use the courts as part of our phys ed facilities, but it's going to be nice to use the courts in a competitive way. And I know that we did hear from the public at one point about requests to have the tennis team. So we're happy. And remember last year we did start a bowling team, and the year before the middle school football team. So we're looking to expand it, especially in sports that our kids will take advantage of and will really find kind of fits that other piece of their time in school.
Definitely. Great. You spoke about the grant for inclusion a little bit, but I just wanted to understand, what does it encompass? What does it include? It seems like it's services, not necessarily actual funds, correct? And if it's services, can you describe a few services that this grant for inclusion provides?
So that is primarily a professional development grant. So as you said, yes, it's not that's one of the ones that's not monetary, but the services are so important because you can't just hire teachers and say, hey, you guys are a team teaching team, go at it. That there's a real craft to putting that together in an effective way. And certainly having the expertise both of Montclair State, because it's a partnership between the New Jersey Department of Ed, Special Services, and Montclair State University to provide that training. And I know that over the course of the year, Mr. Rigliano, I believe, has given updates to the board on when the group would be working with our teacher teams. And they work with both the gen ed teacher and the special ed teacher together in terms of how does effective instruction happen between two people. There are different models. You suit the model to the students that you have in the class and what their needs are and to the curriculum. You suit it to the age of the students. And so there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of elements of co-planning that have to be done. What are the roles and responsibilities of each teacher when you're sharing students and instruction? How do you employ modifications and accommodations? So there's a lot to it. And it's a personalized training. This is not just, go to a workshop and they give you the theory. So it's suited to our school. It's suited to our teacher teams.
Great, thank you. How does the expanding transportation, because I know we've brought up transportation in different topics, but I know transportation is a challenge for our walking town. How does expanding transportation personnel help our children?
Well, it does. One thing I want to make clear is it doesn't mean that we'll be transporting students who are not presently transported. What it does mean is that for a walking district, we do a lot of transportation. We do transportation to magnet programs. So for example, gifted and talented students get transported in the district. A lot of our students who need ESL or bilingual services get transported in the district. We also transport students who go to specialized placements for their IEP, and we transport students to the VOTEC, and we transport students from Victory Gardens, and we transport students from Mine Hill. So we're a walking district with a lot of transportation. And a great deal of our transportation is done through cooperatives like the Ed Service Commission, who basically acts as a facilitator. They don't do the transportation themselves, but they put out a bid, and a private bus company will take a route and another company will take another route. We also work with Roxbury to do some of the routes through their buses. So we have a whole, and then we do have a number of our own buses. And like anything else, when you have your own staff, you have a different type of control. You have a different ability to train and to suit transportation to the district's needs. And I think, I will imagine that the reason that we have such a small transportation department is because we're a walking district, and there was most likely a thought process that we didn't need to have a big fleet. But we could keep expanding and keep decreasing our reliance on contracted services. And right now, we feel that an increase is a healthy thing for us to do. And we've been fortunate in that the 2 new drivers who are in this budget, we actually started early this year. And we were able to do that, especially as we transport now our preschool students to so many sites. I left them out of the group. But we transport students to Denville and to Randolph, to different preschool providers that are there. And I think it probably goes a long way to comfort, putting a 3 or 4-year-old on a bus is a little bit of a traumatic experience for a parent. So far we've had really good experiences with our contracted drivers, but I think there's probably a little bit more comfort when you see Dover on the bus, and it's a local transportation piece.
Great, thank you. And this is probably more for Mr. Minkowicz. And I know that you did a great job explaining, and your visuals were so helpful. I wanted to, if you can help us, give us a little bit more of an explanation of why Victory Garden has a higher monthly increase than us in Dover. And I know that it has some, formula, but I was wondering if you can, in layman's terms, kind of let us know how come that is the outcome of that formula.
I would say there's 3 things involved that would have to look more closely, but it's definitely the total valuation of the town may have gone up or down. The average valuation of the house may have gone up or down, and their percentage share goes up or down. The combination of those 3 and the difference of the combination of those 3 from the current year to next year, that would cause it. So I'd have to evaluate a little bit more. I could come back with with a good solid answer next time we talk.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to really commend the administration for what you've reported right now and have been telling us. And I feel like today is very official about your commitment to look for more grants, to look for funding, to lessen kind of the dependency only on state aid or mostly on state aid and tax and our taxpayers. So thank you for going above and beyond of doing more work, really to bring in funds and services for our kids. So I really wanted to highlight that and thank you all for that. Okay. Now with no further discussions, where are we in the agenda? I feel like I totally lost it.
Public
So
comment.
we have the presentation and now thank you, we're in public comment. So the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters. To ensure fair and orderly expression of such comment, each statement shall be held to a time period of 3 minutes. Public comments limited to items on this agenda should be entertained for approximately 30 minutes in total, upon the discretion of the presiding officer. Since this is a virtual meeting occurring during COVID-19 shutdown, public comment has been solicited through the Google form on the district website, and you can also raise your hand as an attendee on the call right now. Please understand that public comment portions of our agenda are not structured as question or answer sessions, but rather they are offered as opportunities to share your thoughts with the board. The board may or may not respond to public comments. However, all comments are considered and will be investigated and addressed as appropriate. Please be courteous and mindful of the rights of others when providing comments. Comments may not be abusive, obscene, threatening, or irrelevant. Please understand that students and employees have specific legal and privacy protections. The board is not permitted to respond in public to comments about students or employees. Please be advised that you are commenting on your own at your own risk. Any public comments that are directed at a particular individual or individuals could subject you to legal liability for defamation. Are there any? Let's start with the attendees. And I thought I was able to see them before and now I can't see them. So if anyone can look and see if any attendees have their hands raised, I see 2. Dr. Saino, can you name them, please? I can't see them.
Yes, Mrs. Shower is first, or at least at the top of my list.
Yep. All right, Mrs. Sheriff, I think you should be coming up. Yep.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for this presentation. As a Dover taxpayer, this is my 24th budget hearing that I have been to. Since the very first year that we moved to Dover, I started participating. And I echo the comments of Ms. Ruiz that this was a very good presentation with the information that was provided, but it lacked a synopsis of the prior year. Usually the budget presentation started with a year in review. Where did we spend your money from the year before we start asking for more money for this coming year? So I missed that. I missed that aspect. I missed that. The year in review was always nice to see because we saw the programs, the effectiveness of the programs, which I believe is another element that was missing out of the budget presentation this evening. The effectiveness of programs that were being presented. I see an awful lot of layers of administration. As Ms. Ruiz also said, that's not something that we were normally used to in Dover. And the reason that, and that this did not seem to be explained either, adequacy at $20 million is actually much lower than it was in Dover. And for many years, we were very proud to say we were $30 million into adequacy. And the reason being, the more money you take from the state in their matrix to establish adequacy means money out of the pockets of the taxpayers. So you can't just take it from the state. You also then have to reach the number that the state says you must take from the local taxpayers. And Dover has always been, for the 24 years that I have been here, not just my 15 years on the board, but the years before then under other administrations, we have always been aware of who our taxpayer is. We are the lowest income town in the highest income county. We can't change who we are. We are proud of who we are. We have to remember that. So actually, I believe my tax increase for school district last year was $165. The average number that you used for households was $239, I believe. The town 2 weeks ago used $260,000. So I believe you're using a wrong number. And even at $260,000, the house values in Dover have gone up dramatically, with many of our residents being renters. This increase will be passed on to the renters. There is a $120 increase from the town of Dover for a house valued at $160,000. I have an extremely average house here in Dover, and mine was increased to $315,000. So please remember who you are serving here in Dover. I want nothing but the best for our students. We have always given nothing but the best for our students, and they have achieved. So throwing more money and more layers of administration at them does not necessarily mean that they're going to achieve more. I'd also like to see some proof of how our students are achieving. Haven't seen that because we don't have state testing going on. So we really have no way to check how any of our programs are doing that we have right now. So although I appreciate the information.
Excuse me, Mr. Shower, if you could just please wrap up because you exceeded the time.
I will, thank you. I appreciate the presentation this evening and the hard work done by the administration and also the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm also disappointed. So thank you very much. Good evening.
I got it. Thank you, Dr. Sainer. I see Mr. Antonio Acosta.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Antonio Acosta, 130 Madison Street. Generally appreciate your service to the community. I got off the town meeting, which was also scheduled tonight, and that was 45 minutes long, and those folks get paid. So I really do appreciate your commitment to serving the school district and the youth of the community. I heard the the conversation about the tennis courts, which I think is really awesome. Love exposing our youth to different activities other than the standard. And hopefully, as you did with the East Dover track, that's at some point will be open for kids to explore that type of sport, which they're not normally exposed to. I heard the tail end of the presentation of the budget, and budgets are incredibly important. Jack Welch calls it a mind-numbing ritual, and heard the talk on taxes. And the bottom line is you pay for what you get, and we'll always be the lowest income town if we don't improve our schools. And you need to spend. It's just that simple. And if we have to keep kids out of hallways from doing band practice, 40 kids in a class, I am all for that. I will, however, place an asterisk on that. We have to hold everyone accountable. We're talking millions of dollars, and we just have to demand excellence from everyone. And this includes the parents of students who need to be actively involved in their children's education, both in school and at home. We have to install a subculture in our communities that this education is the most important resource for our youth, and again, the roles of parents are also critical in that success. But they have to be in school, and that's not a cheap shot. 2 days a week just isn't going to cut it, and especially for our elementary school students. I've talked and written to you folks before about the CDC guidelines, moving it from 6 to 3. They don't need the plastic shields. If they have the face mask on and the teacher has it on, who's also been inoculated, the chance of the spread in the classroom is extremely low. And more and more districts are going 5 days a week. They're going the full day. They're somehow figuring out a way to serve meals in class. And we still have 2 months of school left, and would really love for us to try to figure out a way to get our students in class 4 days a week. I think would be great. And the last piece of that, I alluded to the eating part. Having a kindergarten, first grader, third grader go 4 hours without any type of snack, I think is excessive. In fact, in the New Jersey Department of Labor, if you're under the age of 16, they require a 15-minute break after 4 hours of work, in which they should be able to consume something. So I think we could do that safely at their desk in their little trifold of plexiglass, and just want us to think a little bit differently. Something was mentioned about Harding. There's no way that a town of Harding, if they had the same infection rate that we had and no longer do, that they would accept 2 days a week, that they would accept their kids not having a snack in school. So if we're going to make comparisons, I think we should just make a full comparison about what our expectations are. Again, with that said, really appreciate your commitment to the town and the budget process and here to support you in any way that I can. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. I see Lucy raising her hand. Mr. Acosta, if you can lower your hand so that way I know we're done. Thank you. Lucy, please.
Yes, hello. Hello to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to let us participate in this meeting. At the same time, I would like to remember to the board one more time that before the pandemic, a group of parents have been requesting desperately a social skills group for our kids. It's over a year since our petition was done, but unfortunately, the only response that we are receiving is we are working on it. How long more do we have to wait? That's my question. And also, I will requesting, we're demanding, we need more specific response given to us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Lucy. Would you state your name and your last name so we can have it for the record and Mr. Minkowitz can write it down, please?
Sure. My last name is Toledo, Toledo.
And Lucy is your first name, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
Right.
Have
Thank
a good
you.
evening.
You too.
Ms. Angela Ramos, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was in mute. Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, how are you? I'm gonna speak in Spanish so that way the moms are listening to me. They can understand what I'm gonna say.
Okay, no problem.
Okay?
Give us 1 second, please. Give us 1 second so
Sure.
we can set up and help you out. Ms. Ruiz, what are you doing? Got it?
No, Ms. Crisales, I would ask that the board, of course, welcome Ms. Ramos's comments in Spanish and allow for consecutive interpretation. I volunteer to provide that interpretation and if the board so approves, would just ask that Ms. Ramos speak in relatively short phrases so that I can interpret phrase at a time or maybe like a paragraph at a time instead of trying to summarize her entire point and missing out on her full message.
Right.
Sure.
I believe the board is in accordance, right? We're all good. Thank you, Ms. Ruiz, for volunteering to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Buenas noches. Quiero agradecer la presentación del budget. Fue una excelente presentación.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for the budget presentation. It was an excellent presentation.
Y quiero secundar el comentario de dos miembros del board acerca de que no podemos comparar manzanas con apples de acuerdo a los diferentes distritos.
I want to second the comment of two board members that we can't compare apples to oranges with regard to the needs and services of different districts.
Thank you, Ms. Quisiera hacer esta pregunta y al superintendente. Hace 2 años entró a cargo y estuvimos hablando acerca de sus goals.
I want to make this question presented to the superintendent who took charge 2 years ago and started talking about the goals.
Uno de sus metas era hacer más por educación especial.
One of those goals was to do more with regard to special education.
Y de acuerdo a esta presentación, quiero hacerle el comentario de que no solamente en el distrito necesitamos un behavior therapist.
And I want to make that commentary with regard to this presentation that our district does not just need one behaviorist.
Las necesidades que tenemos en educación especial demandan más de un behavior specialist.
the demands and the needs that we experience in special education requires more than one behaviorist.
Estoy muy contenta ver que finalmente tenemos uno para contratar y una ocupacional.
I'm content to see that we are finally contracting one and also an occupational therapist.
Pero desafortunadamente teniendo 600 niños en educación especial y alrededor de la mitad de ellos con la necesidad de estas terapias,
But unfortunately, when we recognize that we have about 600 students and special education and about half of them in need of these therapies,
no creemos que sea suficiente para que podamos encontrar los goals que el superintendente hace 2 años prometió en educación especial.
we do not believe that this is sufficient to meet the goals that the superintendent 2 years ago proclaimed.
Es muy bueno que tenemos ahora un CTE program para la high school,
It's very good that we now have a CTE program at the high school,
pero desafortunadamente no tenemos ningún programa para educación especial después de la high school y el distrito lo necesita desesperadamente.
but unfortunately, we do not have any program for special education post-high school, and our district desperately needs one.
Tenemos padres que al terminar la high school no saben qué van a hacer con sus chicos sin saber que pueden seguir una educación hasta los 21 años por no tener acceso a programas. I'm sorry, Mr.
We have parents in our district who don't know what to do when their child completes their high school education and are unaware that they have a right to access education up to the child's 21st birthday. And they're unaware of this because no such program exists in our district.
Me gustaría, por favor, que dentro de estos goals que se hablaron hace 2 años, se requiera o se organice, así como lo dijo Mrs. Toledo, un grupo de social skills y un programa para los niños de educación especial después de la high school.
I request that within this program to meet these goals, that just as Ms. Lucy Toledo stated, that a social skills group be implemented and that we also implement a post-high school education program for students with special needs within our district.
Entendemos que no es fácil organizar programas inmediatamente después de 2 años de cargo, pero en los 3 primeros goals del cargo del superintendente, uno de sus primeros goals fue educación especial.
We understand that it is not easy to initiate new programs after just 2 years, but I remind the board that special education was one of those goals presented as a priority at the start of the superintendent's charge in the district.
Con este comentario, aparte quiero agradecerles que tuvieron a cargo a Miss Estilo. Miss Estilo hizo un enorme y grandioso trabajo con todos nosotros, los padres de educación especial, y nos dio la confianza de que nosotros íbamos a encontrar mejores programas y mejores goles. Espero que este año que viene podamos ver finalmente todos esos 3 goals del superintendente de hace 2 años finalmente tomar forma.
In addition to this commentary, I want to say that we felt very supported with Ms. Stilo. She provided information regarding the programs that were available to us. And we hope that in this coming year, that finally the top 3 goals that were established 2 years ago with regard to special education are achieved.
Tenemos entendido que Miss Estilo deja el distrito y realmente estamos tristes, pero le agradecemos de todo corazón a Miss Estilo todo el trabajo que puso en el CST para todos nosotros y hizo una gran diferencia en el distrito.
It is our understanding that Ms. Stilo is leaving the district, and we offer our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Stilo for everything that she did for us in the CST group.
Ms. Ruiz, if you could just please ask. Ruiz, if you could please ask Ms. Ramos to finish up. I actually doubled her time because of the need for you to interpret, but she's exceeded even the doubled time.
Oh, okay. That's everything what my comment is. Thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you so much. I know it's not easy work what you do every night and every day, and everyone has their own lives too. So really I appreciate it as a mom, as a member of the community, and as a taxpayer, everything what you do for doing the best for the students in Dover. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. We appreciate you too for being dedicated to our students in special education and for coming almost, I think, every night and being with us here. So thank you so much for your comments. I have next Ms. Lynn Laurie, please. Just Ms. Laurie, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. If you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, this is Lynn Laurie. I know about the under adequacy that the district has gone through since my son was in kindergarten 30 years ago, and that has been the case the entire time. And I understand the goal of attempting to meet adequacy. But I'm wondering if this is the year that it should go the full 2%, as Ms. Nutting requested. Is there a reason it couldn't be maybe 1%? Because you have people in this town who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic, maybe do not have new jobs. There are people that are maybe not working the full amount of hours that they used to work. So they're already suffering financially. Then you have renters that are definitely going to be affected by any increases from school taxes and the town taxes. Then another interesting thing, what Mr. Acosta, I believe his name is, quoted Jack Welch, and he mentioned when you raise the standards of the schools, which is what should be happening, and what he added in there was then you're bringing in people that are making higher incomes. Now, at that point, you begin to talk about a gentrifying effect. And it seems to me that then where are the other people going to be going? So there is a definite balancing thing here. We are still in this pandemic and people are still suffering with financial difficulties that they didn't have previously, and they may not be receiving the proper financial support from governmental agencies, state agencies. So this all needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you for allowing me to make my comment. Good night.
Thank you. You have a good night too. Mr. Benjamin Robles.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all again. It's been a while. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a comment. First of all, as always, I'm very grateful for the work that you all do, and more importantly, for the work that the staff and the administration do for our students. It does not go unnoticed, and I know it's not easy to do what you do, but we are all very grateful. Also, I would like to just make some comments around the concern, and not to say that I don't sympathize with everybody's shared concern about people who are living very desperate times right now in our town, and not just our town, but every town, with regards to income and everything. However, I think as those challenges are faced, we continue to ask for more. As parents, we continue to want more for our students. We continue to strive for higher goals for our students, our student body. We want them to accomplish more. And unfortunately, none of those things can take place if we don't invest in our education, in our system. And unfortunately, as much as we have done in the past, I don't feel like it's been enough. I've been in the school system for over 30 years, or not in the school system, but in this town. And I can honestly say that I've seen much improvement in the last few years, and not just for Dr. McLaughlin, but even before that, in areas that were not invested in the past. And I think that needs to be recognized. I feel like we don't want to compare ourselves to other towns because we're not the same. We're not made up the same, but yet we do compare ourselves to other towns. And when we see other towns doing certain things, we wonder, why aren't we doing those things? But yet we don't want to spend more money. We don't want to spend more in our schools because it comes through the form of tax. But I think it's a necessary thing that we must do. And we must recognize that it is not money being thrown away. And I want to commend the effort that was put together for this presentation of the budget, because I can honestly say it's one of the best presented budgets that I've seen in a long time. And it really made it very clear. And I think the transparency is what we've been asking for a long time. And I hope that it continues this way. I think it shows us exactly where things are going, which we would like to see. It shows us where we can improve, what things we could continue investing in more. And I definitely believe that we are on the right track to making the necessary changes in our district. I hope and I do believe that there are areas that obviously we could invest more, but the question is, are we willing to spend that as a town, as a community, to make those additional changes? And it sounds to me like many people are not, for various reasons, and some of those are very legit, and we're not to question anybody's situation. But I really want to thank you, because I think as much as it hurts and to many people, a 2% increase, when you think about the big scheme of things, are we not willing to spend 2% more on our students? Are we not willing to spend 1%, 2%, 3% for our students to have a better education? And I think anybody who has a student in the school system will say, I'll spend more than that. I really will spend more than that if I have to. So I hope our town gets behind these efforts, recognizes the challenges that we have and how much it takes to deliver on these challenges. But I also want to thank, because I know it's not just about the money. It's about how the money is used by the staff and by the educational system. And I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And I hope you continue in that direction. And I'm looking forward to seeing many of these things implemented.
And
the new staff.
It sounds like you're near the end, but I just want to ask you if you could finish up.
Sure. Yep. And thank you again for putting it so clearly out there, the information that you presented. I hope more things become just as clear as that was. And I hope that the board supports fully how much this town desperately needs more investment into its education. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. I did see one more hand, but it disappeared. I believe it was for Ms. Awatsi. No, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly, Ms. Rosie. Yes, you're there. Please tell me again how to pronounce your name correctly, and I apologize. You're on mute, Ms. Awatsi. Rosie, if you can hear me, could you please unmute yourself? Can the administrator unmute her?
No, we cannot.
Okay. Ms. Rosie, if you go to the left-hand side where the microphone is, there's a little arrow by the microphone, and there you can unmute yourself. All the way to the left of your screen.
If I may, I don't know that it's necessary, but it might be helpful to repeat that instruction in Spanish.
Yeah, Ms. Rosie is fluent in English, pero señora Rosie, qué pena, buenas noches. Está su micrófono bloqueado, si por favor lo puede desbloquear para poder escucharle. El micrófono está a la mano izquierda de su pantalla. Hay una pequeña flecha al pie del micrófono que puedes hundir. Creo que ya. Can you hear us? ¿Nos escuchas? Oh no, we can't hear you.
Ms. Gonzalez,
Yes?
I'm thinking if she's only on the phone, she might not have that option to unmute herself if she's not by computer.
If she's not by computer, it could be, look, it's connecting to audio. So
There's
let's give her a little bit. It says it's connecting to audio.
on the phone, there's a *6 thing or something that's different than on.
Yeah, I don't know what's on the phone. Otra vez está tu micrófono bloqueado. Okay, we do have to end public session at 9:21. Ms. Rosie, if you can try again.
Ms. Gonzalez, I think we do before we end, I think we have one comment.
Yes. We have one more is what you're saying, right?
One on the sheet, yeah.
Okay, all right. Can Mr. Winkowitz, can you read on the sheet? And Ms. Rosie, if you're able to figure out the microphone, please speak up when you can.
And Ms. Gonzalez, it is *6. If you're only on the phone, you have to press *6.
No sé si escucha, señora
So if
Rosie.
you're joining by the phone, we would see a phone number. Facilitator, can you confirm that? If I don't know that we'd be seeing a name.
Yeah, no, it would come in as a phone number.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Mr. Minkowitz, can you please read the one on the sheet, please?
Yes, there's one from Mr. Robles. Do you have an expected date by when you hope to finalize negotiations, teachers' contracts? What is the roadblock that needs to be overcome? Thank you for investing in our schools. A raise in taxes is an indication that work is being done and our schools are moving in the right direction. We see the progress and know it also provides better tools for the teachers. That's all.
Thank you. Are there any, and so that concludes our public comment section, our first one. We will have another one, and I'm hoping that Ms. Rosie is able to connect with that one. Administrator, is there anything that you would like to comment on the comments?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, I saw a hand, Ms. Ruiz, and then Dr. Sainer.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I just want to share with the full board and the public a few things that I know about our community because we will be voting on this budget tonight. And the pandemic is a very real concern. Of course, a life and death concern, sadly, but an economic concern. We can't deny that. So I volunteer with an organization that provides direct services to the undocumented immigrant population in Dover. And in that role, part of what we did, some of you may have read in the newspaper that First Lady Tammy Murphy and her team raised funds to provide $1,000 gift cards to families who did not receive the stimulus checks that's some of us, if not all of us, probably received from the government to help overcome some of the hurdles that the pandemic, the financial hurdles the pandemic presented. In doing that work, I spoke to personally and literally in person, not via Zoom, because many of the folks that we work with had no access to internet or even a phone. And while I don't speak for that organization here, nor do I speak for our board here, I want to make sure that our board knows that of those people, and I'm not talking 2 or 3, I'm talking, 50 families and up, they all were looking to the school as a school community to meet their needs. They were all looking to get the basics needs of food met through the school district. They were all eager to have their children connect with their teachers, to have their children back in our schools when it is safe and healthy to do so. And while the basic needs of paying rent are a huge concern, the biggest priority for all those families after having food to feed their children is making sure they have a good education. That is what, and I'm a renter myself, and that's what I want. So while we can guess at what the renters in our community may want, of the many renters in our community that I know personally, I can tell you that what they want is a quality education for our children. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And it's right. It's not every renter. I don't speak for the renters in our community, but I can tell you that I've spoken to many in the past year.
Dr. Sainer?
I just have a procedural comment. I do not remember that we took the initial roll call at the beginning of the meeting.
You are correct. I do not remember asking Mr. Minkowitz for that. Thank you so much, Dr. Sainer. We can take it at this time before we move forward.
Ms. Catano,
Present.
Ms. Geraldo,
Present.
Mr. Miller,
Here.
Ms. Mullen,
Here.
Ms. Nutting, Ms. Nutting is here. Ms. Ruiz,
Here.
Dr. Sainer,
Present.
Ms. Viveros,
Present.
Ms. Grisales.
Present, and we are not starting the meeting at 9:24, so hopefully we can get through the rest of the agenda. Thank you all for your patience, and we were eager to hear that budget presentation, so I moved along the agenda pretty quickly. Okay, if we can move then forward, give me a second to get back on the screen. We have the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve March 16 regular and executive session minutes?
Make a motion.
I heard Mr. Miller. I saw Ms. Viveros second. Any comments, questions about it? No, I see none. I hear none. Mr. Minkowitz, may you give us a roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Geraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Here. Yes. Sorry.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. Communications. I believe the board did receive, as Mr. Acosta mentioned, a very supportive and very innovative email regarding ideas that he shared in public here as well. Are there any other communications that were meant for the full board that other board members or administration has? Ms. Naren, did I see your hand? Yes.
Communication that I did receive from a community member was a question about the dual language program starting in September and how it was going to be, I guess, addressed to the parents with information, which later on I will be speaking about that.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Was that forwarded to the full board, Ms. Nutting?
No, I was actually stopped in public when it was presented to me, and I did give it to the correct committee and our administration.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Great way of using our committee system. Administrative reports, please.
Okay, thank you. So I have a fairly short report tonight based on our presentation and the information that was shared already. But I would like to indicate that since reopening to our hybrid students on April the 12th, each of our schools, with the exception of one preschool site, has remained in session uninterrupted. We're very happy about that. We've had 19 student or staff cases since April 12th, positive COVID cases. However, parents and staff's adherence to COVID precautions, their alertness to symptoms, have allowed us to continue to school without the need for any emergency closures thus far. We'd like to thank all in our school community for their continued observance of these important precautions. As we look toward the, excuse me, as we look toward the end of the school year, we are tremendously excited to once again hold our in-person graduation, both for 8th grade and for the high school. These will occur on June 22nd and 23rd, respectively. They will be held at Hamilton Field. Each student will be limited to 2 guests, and information will be forthcoming to all our senior families, as well as our 8th grade families. Additionally, Dover High School will host the senior prom under the tent and on the grounds of the North Dover Elementary School, actually kind of quasi between North Dover Elementary School and the high school, in the area around the tennis courts. There's a whole layout for how that's going to look. And so that will occur on May the 27th. And our spring musical, which is high school musical, will have 3 performances on June 11th, the 12th, and the 13th at 6:30 p.m. And that will occur outside in front of Dover High School. Senior awards will occur the evening of June the 10th, also an outside event. And finally, May 24th and 25th, we'll see 4 performances of our dance recital. This is a modified version of our end of the year events. We typically have more than this, but we're extremely pleased to once again have students and their families in person. Capacities in all cases will be carefully managed and all our COVID precautions will be in effect, and communication will go out in regard to all of those details. Please be aware that Tuesday, June the 1st, school will not be in session. The district, as described in the approved 2020-2021 school calendar, will utilize the remaining snow day that was unused. Therefore, there will be no school on May 28th, May 31st, and June 1st. I do want to point out that June 2nd is a Wednesday, and we will remain as an all virtual Wednesday in order to be consistent with our schedule. Just a little preview in terms of presentations. So for the month of May, the board can expect to hear from the NYU Metro Center on our inclusion proposal and our equity proposal. There will be a presentation by our auditor that we expect also to occur during the month of May. In the month of June, there will be a joint presentation by Mr. Jaime, our middle school principal, as well as the Rutgers behavioral staff on the clinical program that has been in place at Dover Middle School this year. We will also honor Educators of the Year at our June meeting, as well as our retirees for the school year. So that's a little preview of May and June. And that completes my report.
Ms. Sirigliano.
Thank you. Tonight, I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight a student event for our high school girls through our science department. Last year, 20 high school girls were invited to attend the Young Women's Conference in STEM at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab. Unfortunately, the conference was canceled due to the COVID restrictions at that time. But this year, we're excited to invite those same students from grades 8th through 10th to attend this year's virtual conference on May 7th. The girls will meet various scientists and engineers. They will chat and participate in interactive experiments and view live demonstrations in chemistry. Students will have the opportunity to choose small group discussions with various professionals in a field that interests them. This is a great opportunity for our students to see what is available in the STEM career field. On April 13th, Dover English and Social Studies teachers participated in the Breaking Bias Lessons from the Amistad Professional Development offered by the New Jersey State Bar Foundation. The workshop focused on teaching Black history and racism to the 33 attending Dover educators. As part of this professional development, the teachers examined the following 4 questions. How can I teach important content about Black history and structural racism? What are effective methods for teaching this topic? How can I make certain that Black voices are heard? And how can I and my students take personal and collective responsibility for standing up against racism? The professional development enabled educators to gain a greater curricular knowledge and best practices in regards to this topic. Switching gears, the Department of Education has announced that no standardized testings will happen this spring, but students will be assessed in the fall of 2021 with the Starting Strong assessment. The Department of Ed did not change the assessment schedule, however, for our English language learners, nor our students with disabilities who are eligible for the DLM assessment. The Access 2.0 language proficiency test which calculates listening, reading, speaking, and the writing ability of our language learning students, and the DLM will both be occurring during the month of May and June. Administrators and teachers are now hard at work organizing and planning for these events. The district's dual language program that was to be initiated in the fall of 2020, but was sidelined due to COVID, will be moving forward and implemented in all kindergarten classrooms in Dover for the fall of 2021. Teachers have been involved in intense training with our consultant, Dr. Elizabeth William, since January. More training will occur as we move into the 2021 school year. Dover High School guidance counselors will be celebrating Decision Day all next week, beginning Monday, May 3rd. Events will include students tweeting their selfies wearing their chosen college apparel, a congratulatory video from teachers and administrators to the seniors, and alumni messages shared via Google Classroom and the guidance webpage. The department has also been hosting Mindful Mondays for students and staff. Once each month, a theme is chosen: mindful eating, mindful music, etc., and counselors and students explore the healthful benefits of being in the moment. We thank the DHS Guidance Department and Mr. Saulnier for their work and for spearheading this initiative. Lastly, I would like to provide the board an update on the Vanguard teachers who have been participating in Apple training with our Apple Learning Specialist all year. To date, our Vanguard staff have completed 17 learning sessions. Topics include utilization of Numbers, Keynote, and Pages, recording podcasts and videos, integrating Nearpod and GarageBand, and so much more. We look forward to a few more sessions with Hovan and the Apple team. In addition, we have had several staff members apply to participate in the Apple Learning Coach program for iPads. The Apple Learning Coach is a professional learning program that trains instructional coaches, digital learning specialists, and other coaching educators to help teachers get more out of Apple technologies. It's a dynamic mix of self-paced lessons, workshop sessions, and personal creative projects. What's the cost? Nothing. The program is totally free. And a big thank you to the teachers and technology staff who have signed up to participate. I'm excited to see more learning opportunities that are offered to our staff with Apple. And that concludes my report.
That's an awesome report. You definitely beat Dr. McLaughlin this time. Yes. Mr. Minkowitz?
Hello again. Regarding the upcoming start of negotiations for the DSSA support group, I just wanted to report that we created a scattergram, sent it to attorneys on both sides, and it was agreed to. So we have a base scattergram to start with. Ethics disclosure statements. What a nightmare they were. Holy cow. I believe I would estimate 90% of them were returned and rejected by the state, because if any questions were left blank rather than the submitter writing none, no, or not applicable, they were rejected. So I'm certain if 90% of ours were rejected, 90% of the entire state was rejected. So the county business administrator recognized that and apologized and said they're working on not letting that happen next year. I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, that their prior system crashed that was a little more user friendly, and this was kind of a scramble to get a new system up and running, and all the kinks weren't worked out before it was presented. So everyone has been good and has resubmitted, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that none are rejected. ESSER's 2 update, we spoke about that a little bit at the budget presentation. The application is due May 14th. Dr. McLaughlin, Ms. Frigliano, and myself are working on that. I know that the Finance Committee and I put this item on the agenda about approving next year's lunch prices. I just wanted to reiterate that there are no increases in any of the school food prices, even though Now we learned that the free lunch will be extended to the end of the next year. I just wanted to know that we made an attempt to hold all prices the same as the current year. Training for QuickBooks and student activity counts. We are going to QuickBooks online in a cloud for all the student activities accounts for the 5 schools. So the secretaries, myself, and the principals have training scheduled for the 29th. And lastly, CAP update, the corrective action plan. Item number 14 was a discrepancy in the ASSA numbers. Our data consultant met, had a pretty extensive review with one of the auditors, and it was rectified. There was really no erroneous numbers, data on our part. And Dr. McLaughlin, myself, and the auditor met the other day and discussed it, and are working on the best way to, get the resolution on record. That's all I have.
Thank you. I know it's not on the agenda, and last time we did a few board reports on here. I know that there is no legislative report. There is no Morris County Schools Board's report or any anti-racism ad hoc committee. Dr. McLaughlin, do you have any updates on the Mine Hill Contract ad hoc committee that you can provide to the board?
Well, Dover has completed a review. The committee, the ad hoc committee, has completed a review of some proposed contract changes from Mine Hill. And I know that we are in the process of setting up a meeting with Mine Hill to discuss that.
Thank you. We are moving forward with administrative approvals in the agenda. Is there a motion on the table to approve items A and B of the administrative approvals?
So moved.
I see Ms. Viveros moving it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Mullen, thank you. Do any board members have discussion points about the administrative approvals? I see no hands. I hear no voices. Mr. Minkowicz's roll call, please, for approval of the administrative reports. Motion by Ms. Viveros and second by Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Giraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
We can't hear you, but she's saying yes. I saw her mouth.
right?
And shaking her head, yes.
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Sorry, I was trying to find the place on our agenda. I lost it. Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. Now moving to personnel, Ms. Mullen, may you please lead the personnel items?
I move that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the board approves the following personnel resolutions for the 2021 school year as listed. New personnel employment appointments are contingent upon the required state and federal criminal history background checks in accordance with NJSA Chapter 116 PL 1986 and completion of required employee paperwork, including pre-employment verification. And for the A, it's 1 through 24, I believe, Mr. McLaughlin, Dr. McLaughlin.
That's correct. We had 3 hand carries, yes.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? Yes, ma'am. I see Ms. Viveros. So do any board members have discussion points? I saw Dr. Sainer first, then Ms. Mullen.
Doing some rough math with the numbers on the agenda, approximately 33% of our teaching staff is currently non-tenured. While I've never done this calculation before, this seems very high. My question is, what steps are we taking to recruit, train, and retain our excellent teachers?
Well, I do want to say that the number of non-tenured staff is not reflective of any exodus from the district. So, as the board is aware, looking at agendas each month, there hasn't been any kind of excess in terms of people who are resigning. So how we come to this, I guess, is probably just a matter of additional staff and natural occurrences, which sometimes we have a higher non-tenured staff than other years. And maybe, I guess, we're still feeling the effects of that fourth year of non-tenure too, where that was a little bit of an increase. I know that's not new news anymore, but it's still in recent times. As far as the support for our staff goes, we have an active mentoring program. Mr. Bullock as the HR director meets regularly with our newest teachers so that they're kept up to date as well. We concentrate in terms of keeping our staff informed in terms of events and making sure that with their mentors, with their assigned teacher mentors, that they're getting the support that they need moving forward. We really give very, very careful consideration to the renewal of our non-tenured teachers and the discussions that we've had with our administrative team. We discussed that as a full team. I think really reflects the relationships that our supervisory staff has built with the teachers. So I don't want to in any way underestimate the value of the supervisor-teacher relationship and how important that is to the retention of qualified staff. And then I'll just, a final note, the various professional development opportunities of which many teachers in the interview process ask about. Will I have an ability to grow? Will I have an ability to keep learning? And as Mr. Rigliano said, our dedication to keeping an embedded and sustained professional development program will always be there. It's going to be a part of our budget. It's going to be a healthy part of our budget and one that we will always plan to continue.
Ms. Mullen?
Yes, I want to we have 2 retirees. I want to thank those 2 teachers for all of their dedication to our schools over the years. One is Mr. DeMeo. He was phys ed teacher at Academy Street Elementary School, and I'm sure he will be very missed. And Susan Miss Gerardo, who is a teacher at East Dover Elementary School, and I'm sure her students that she had and those that she has this year will miss her. So we want to thank them for their dedication to our district. And that was it. Yeah, so.
Great. Do I see Ms. Ruiz's hand? Or Ms. Mullen, were you going to say something else?
No, I'm ready to move to the second motion, but go ahead, Ms. Ruiz.
Ms. Ruiz?
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Thank you, Ms. Grisales. On item A, 10 and 11, we are appointing new substitute teachers. And I recently read that the Wayne School District doubled the compensation offered to substitute teachers to ensure coverage. I know that our district recently changed the way that we ensure we have substitute teachers to cover our need. The 2020 Ed Week report that found that even prior to the pandemic, schools were filling just about half of the teacher absences per day. I imagine that may pose an even greater challenge now in the middle of a pandemic. So my question then is, have we made any additional changes to our hiring process for substitute teachers? Or are we facing any additional need given the pandemic? And if so, if you could just summarize, what our plan is moving forward to respond to any substitute teachers need throughout this pandemic.
Yeah, substitute teaching is a need throughout the state. Everyone talks about it. So we're certainly not alone. We do appreciate the board support because the board did raise our rate right before, right around the time that we got into the pandemic. So we've had a much higher rate than we've had in the past. Whether or not that continues to be an appropriate rate competitively, because ultimately we are in competition with any district around us. Many individuals who choose to substitute in several districts. So, we'll continue to keep an eye. Our county does quite a lot of surveys, and where which we share with each other, which is good. So substitute rates is certainly one of those areas. If we feel that we are falling out of the competitive edge, we will certainly certainly come to the board with a recommendation to raise our rates. But I do want to mention one thing in addition to raising our rates that we did that has, I don't know if it's too dramatic to say saved us, but I'll use that term. The board approved an idea of having permanent substitutes, which are individuals who come to us regularly and don't have to look for an assignment. They know that they have to report. And especially during the remote period, we were able to train those individuals on distance learning. They were equipped to come in and to run instruction utilizing the Google platform and Google Meets in a very seamless way. So it was not the reason that we put the long-term subs into place, but I want to report back to the board that that has worked out very, very well. And certainly that would be an area that we want to continue to look at, because when someone knows that they're going to report every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, then they're willing to make that commitment to a district. And we do pay a higher rate for that as well. So that's some feedback in terms of that question.
Great, thank you. Miss, are there further questions, comments? Don't forget to lower your hand. Mr. Minkowitz, roll call please for approval of personnel agenda items A and B. I don't remember hearing it. You're only doing A? Okay. Motion by Ms. Mulling and second by Ms. Viveros.
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Serralvo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. Is there a motion to move item B in the personnel?
I move that upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the board approves the following personnel resolutions for the 21-22 school year as listed. Same thing about new personnel and the need for the required employee paperwork, including pre-employment verification, and it's 1 through 21. And this motion covers the certificated staff, non-certificated staff, our administrations, everyone. Those that are on board in 21.
Mr. Miller, second. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Ruiz?
Thank you, Ms. Grisales. I've got 3 screens, so sometimes I lose where I'm supposed to be. I apologize. On item, I guess on all of the items under this section B, I just want to clarify, because these are questions I posed to our administration via email, so I want to repeat them here before our regular session and full board. We don't have a personnel committee in large part because a lot of personnel decisions aren't decisions that the board makes. Those are decisions that the administration makes. I would just ask for clarification. The board doesn't actually have the power to approve the renewal of the employment or denial of renewal of tenured teachers. And I know that's one of the items listed here. And certainly the board may leave this discussion for another time, but I just want to clarify that, you know, even if a board member were to vote against it, or even if the full board were to vote against it, we have contractual obligations that we must meet as a district.
So I'll answer that question, Mr. Crute, but correct me if I get anything wrong, that the resolution on tenured teachers is actually not required. It's traditionally done in this district, and it's traditionally done in many districts. But if the resolution were not on the agenda, and if there were no specific action taken by the board regarding any tenured individual, then those people would be reemployed even without a resolution. How'd I do with that, Mr. Crute?
You did well with that.
Great. Is there anything else? Mr. Minkowitz, roll call, please.
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Mr. Alto,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz.
I'll abstain on item 1. I believe this is up to item 21. Is that right? If so, yes, yes on items 2 through 21.
Okay. Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. Now, Ms. Catano, may you lead negotiations update, please?
Thanks, Ms. Rosales. The Board of Education and the DEA held a negotiation session on March 25th. We have reached agreement on a number of issues, but some significant issues remain. The parties are now processing to mediation. The board will continue to negotiate in good faith, and we are confident that a fair resolution will be reached soon. We also have an initial meeting with the DSSA scheduled for June 2nd. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Ms. Nutting, may you lead the curriculum, co-curriculum items, please?
Yes, I can. Let me just bring it up. I had it on 2 different screens and my screen just went black, so I apologize. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I had to leave that screen, unfortunately. So what I'm going to say is that we did have our meeting for curriculum meeting, and that was on the 21st of April. So we talked about a update of our board goals, that we had started creating a layout of questions to trying to create an easier way to direct our parents and our students to the correct place or the person to get the correct answers when using the district website. We also talked about the hybrid instruction is underway and keeping the students safe and all their grade levels and using the cohorts as planned. We're still going with that. I know we did discuss the facts of, I know some parents would probably at the high school level and middle school level would love for us to combine some of those cohorts instead of having it the way it is. Just right now, we just want to see how things are flowing and also continue with the safety of our students. The dual language, I know Ms. Silarigliano did talk about it earlier in her report. There is a parent meeting that is scheduled for the 29th to give parents a better understanding of the program. And another one will be given sometime in May. And we did talk about the teacher training as well. Also, there was a CCM partnership for a readiness grant for college. This program is going to be running from August to August to help high school students in 10th, 11th, 12th, to start preparing them for college. Due to the fact that we're joining the partnership at this time of the year, it's going to be starting with our seniors. Exciting news to hear that our teachers are ready to work on the curriculum for the upcoming school year. So that was exciting to hear also. And I am going to ask for a motion for the approval of, I'm sorry, I have it right here. I'm like transferring from 2 screens, so I do apologize. I lost my place, I apologize. I'm going to ask for the, I'm going to make a motion for the board to approve the following resolutions 1 through 4.
Is there a second? Mr. Miller, you're on it, not even me asking. Is there any board discussion questions? Dr. Sainer?
I had a question. We are approving the submission of the dynamic learning maps justification due to an anticipated district participation rate of greater than 1%. Could you explain this? Is it a recent increase, and why do we have to apply to the state for justification?
So every district in the state has to apply for a waiver if they're over 1% of their population. The district has a history of a very high percentage of DLM. This is significantly lower than last year. I think we were, I don't have the raw numbers in front of me. I don't know if you do, Ms. Sirigliano, but I do. Yeah, we looked at them earlier this week, actually, in answer to your question. But I think it was closer to 3% last year, and we're slightly over 1% this year. And there is the reason for the waiver, well, it's federal in nature. It's not just state-based, is the preferred assessment using the standard assessment that states give. So we do give a lot less DLM, but we are still over 1%. And so that's why that's required.
Mr. Minkowitz, may we have roll call, please, for items 1 through 4, motion by Ms. Nutting, second by Mr. Miller?
Yes, Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Giraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. Mr. Miller, but I think Ms. Viveros entered the update, so I'm not sure who would be providing the community relations.
I am. Yep. Okay. The Community Relations Committee met on April 20th. We had discussions on the hybrid return to class, noting that some of the schools had some low attendance. There was also discussion that some parents have noticed that not everyone is wearing a mask properly in school, with the mask hanging below the nose, which we've seen around places. And noticed that had a discussion about some of the students around school, close to school, once they leave school, not continuing with some of the COVID safety protocols, and just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, so that if, some of the teachers could kind of stress with the kids that even when you leave school, you still have to try to be safe. And then there was a lot of excitement about, which Dr. McLaughlin already reported, on the outdoor concerts and the graduation and everything. So it was a good discussion. Ms. Vivaros had attended the third coffee with the Eastover principal, and he provided the presentation on returning to school procedures and protocols, which was really well received. And Mrs. Mullen had attended the Connecting Dover meeting on March 17th, and there were 3 presentations. One by Barbara Kaufman, Prevention is Key. Christine Peruta, the coordinator from the local SHARE program, and Jennifer Salt from the SNAP program affiliated with Zufall, and another program by Julian Gomez, which presented the idea cultural, which we had talked about the last time. I attended an Education Services Commission meeting on April 14th. It was normal business, nothing of significance to report there. We did work on the communications plan that we're going to discuss and hopefully have completed by our May meeting, and then would like to present that at the May Board of Education meeting, just for information for the public. And as far as the Mine Hill Community Relations, received feedback about the presentation from the Eastover principal for the new students that are going to the school, that the presentation was good, but also heard from some of the students for the first time they loved going to school and going to the middle school. and enjoyed, their first time. So they're pretty happy for those that did go. And that's my report.
Thank you. Ms. Viveros, may you lead the policy committee update, please?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Grisales. We did not meet in April, so this meeting, we're just looking to approve the policies with the second reading. The first reading occurred on March 16th. That's policy 0145. These have no changes, mind you. Board members' resignation and removal, policy 0164.6, remote public board meetings during a declared emergency. And Ms. Mullen messaged me on this. She just wanted to make sure we marked item 2B that it says shall or shall not, so that'll be processed before we upload it. Policy 2415, Every Child Succeeds Act. Policy 2415.02, Title I, Fiscal Responsibilities. Policy 2415.05, Student Surveys, Analysis, and/or Evaluations. Policy 2415.20, Every Child Succeeds Act. Policy 3283/4283, Electronic Communications between Teaching Staff Members, Support Staff Members, and Students. Policy 4125, Employment of Support Staff Members. Policy 5330.01, Administration of Medical Cannabis. Policy 6360, Political Contributions. Policy 7425, Lead Testing of Waters in School. Policy 8330, Student Records. And Policy 9713, Recruitment by Special Interest Groups. So I make a motion that we pass the following policies, please.
I see Ms. Giraldo second. Mr. Minkowitz, may the board have roll call, please? Oh, I forgot to ask, is there any discussion or questions about it? Good. Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Minkowitz, please roll call.
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Giraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. Ms. Mullen, may you lead Finance and Facilities update, please?
I move, okay. Just a minute.
No problem. We're not going anywhere.
The board approves the following resolutions, 1 through 19.
Is there a second to that motion? I see Ms. Viveros. Is there any questions, common questions? I see none. Oh, Ms. Mullen, yes.
I do. I have a question about our spending, our relationship with the YMCA. I see we're paying a check for $18,000, and I'm wondering how that relationship's going, how we're utilizing it during this pandemic, and just a little update. Thank you.
Yeah, they're one of our preschool sites, so it's been going well. Yeah,
Good.
they redid their whole area, brand new for the partnership with us, and that's been going well.
Wonderful. Good to hear. Thank you.
Great. If there are no further comments, Mr. Minkowitz, may the board have roll call, please?
Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Giraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
Yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Grisales.
Yes. If you look in the agenda, we have some informational information. I'm going to, yes, Dr. McLaughlin,
Mr.
go
Salas,
ahead. You
I'm
want to lead
sorry.
that? No problem.
Under curriculum, I just want to be sure that we, because I don't remember hearing it, but I could have missed it. Did we pass the hand carry resolution number 5?
Yes, I thought Miss Mullen added them from 21 to 24, but
That was personnel. This is under curriculum.
okay, so we did not.
I don't think we did.
I don't think so either. You know what? It was on the separate email for item number 5. So
All right, so
I would like to make a motion so we approve an additional item that was added to curriculum via email earlier today. That would be
perfect. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Viveros, thank you. Is there question, comments about that? None.
I can read it.
Please read it into
the
record. Yes, please.
On a motion by Ms. Nutting, seconded by Ms. Viveros, the board approves the following as recommended by the superintendent of schools: approval of settlement agreement with respect to student ID. And I will not read the number as discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Good catch. Today has been the catch it all teams today. So great job, everyone. As I was, yes, Ms. Mullen.
Do you want a finance committee report?
That would be lovely.
Well, I wasn't sure if that was now.
Yes, it is.
So it's hopefully going to be short because we've been spending all night on finance, but we met on April.
Excuse me for 1 second. Did we vote on that item that we just added?
Not yet.
No, we have to take a roll call.
Yeah.
I'm moving a little too quick tonight.
Sorry to interrupt.
For that. Again, thank you. Mr. Minkowitz, roll call, please.
Item number 5 under curriculum. Ms. Catano,
Yes.
Ms. Geraldo,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Mullen,
Yes.
Ms. Nutting,
yes.
Ms. Ruiz,
Yes.
Dr. Sainer,
Yes.
Ms. Viveros,
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes. Okay, now finance and facilities report, please.
We did meet on April 20th, 21 and went over all this budget and all the details and everything that's been presented tonight, and what a great job everyone did. We also talked about our progress to goal, that at our monthly meetings, we're presenting everything that we get. We're with all of our discussion at our finance meeting, and it's reported to the full board and community. A demographer was contracted and the report submitted, but we haven't yet analyzed it, and that's about our growth. Additional instructional space has been added throughout the district with the opening of the Belmont for administrative offices and reported at the board meetings. And a system for monthly enrollment and class size reporting has not been formalized. We had done one, I believe, a year ago or so, where it was reported. I have something I'll share at our next meeting. And the 2 issues that were not covered in any of the reports tonight is that as of October 15th, Dover had 3,008 full-time students, and it's projected for our next count to have 3,226 full-time students. So there's an increase. And also, I do want to thank Mr. Minkowitz and our new head of facilities, Maddie. They're keeping on top of the mold issues or the potential mold issues in the high school that we've been dealing with reoccurring over the past few years. They're keeping an eye on it, trying to see what might be causing it and just keeping on top of it. So I thought that was kind of an interesting discussion as they go through the problem solving and trying to pinpoint what might be triggering that issue. So thank you.
Great. I see an informational agenda item that has a roll call, but I am assuming we're not doing a roll call on that informational item. And I am going to change the name of the activity for my own strengths-based and sensitive. The Dover Police Department is going to use the high school auditorium to provide training to their staff on cannabis law on the 12th of May from 2 to 5, as you can read in the agenda. Old business. Let's see, I believe the only old business that I wanted to revisit is the location for our May board meeting. In our April meeting, we said that we were, I'm sorry, in our last month's meeting, we were talking about this being remote, and that in May, we will assess if we can be in person or not. Is that something that administrators have some
I
report
believe,
on?
Ms. Grisales, if I remember the conversation correctly from March, we said that April and May would be remote and that we would discuss it May if June could be in person.
Okay. Does everyone agree and remember that way? Perfect. Great. Okay. And then for new business, I have Dr. Sainer, can you speak in regards to the board retreat that's coming up for us?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Grisales. Thank you to everyone who filled out the doodle poll. That makes choosing a date so much easier. You should have already received an email. A larger majority of the board could meet on Monday, July 19th. So save the date. The time and location are still to be decided. We're in a pandemic, so we're going to figure it out. Our agenda for that meeting is to review our 2020-2021 board goals, set new 2021-2022 board goals. Dr. McLaughlin will be giving us a presentation on student achievement, and we will receive a short training from Charlene Peterson from NJSBA.
Also wanted as a new business to inform the board regarding board member training, certified board members. We received 3 certifications, or 2. Is it 2? It's not official yet for the 3rd, but a certified board member means that board members have earned a minimum of 20 credits through NJSBA Training Academy and have attended annual workshops and county programs. And so at this time, we have received Ms. Ruiz and myself for the certification. So we are looking forward for a 3rd one, probably for our next meeting. Okay, so now time for our second public comment section. The board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters. To ensure fair and orderly expression of such comment, each statement should be held to a time period of 3 minutes. Public comments limited to items on this agenda should be entertained for approximately 30 minutes upon the discretion of this presiding officer. Since this is a virtual meeting occurring during the COVID-19 shutdown, public comment has been solicited through the Google form on the district website or through the attendees raising their hand. Please understand that public comment portions of our agenda are not structured as question and answer sessions, but rather they are offered as opportunities to share your thoughts with the board. The board may or may not respond to public comments. However, all comments are considered and will be investigated and addressed as appropriate. Please be courteous and mindful of the rights of others when providing comments. Comments may not be abusive, obscene, threatening, or irrelevant. Please understand that students and employees have specific legal and privacy protections. The board is not permitted to respond in public to comments about students or employees. Ooh, did I repeat that? Please be advised that you are commenting at your own risk. Any public comments that are directed at a particular individual or individuals could subject you to legal liability for defamation. So I see no hands raised in the attendees. We have about 12. Are there any on the form?
There are many on the form.
Okay, we must keep them to 3 minutes each and a total of it's 10:16. So around 10:45, we would need to end the session.
The first comment is from Julie Daly, 21 Daniel Street, Dover. This year has been a strain on us all. I strongly encourage all parties to settle a fair contract to demonstrate appreciation for everyone's hard work during this difficult time. Comment number 2, Valerie Hemingway, 206 Pershing Ave, Roselle Park. I'm so grateful to have been teaching at North Dover for 18 years. I, along with all my colleagues, have worked extremely hard this past year to help our students through this scary and uncertain time. What the public may not know is that Dover's dedicated teachers have been working this school year without a contract. The reason the public does not know is because Dover's teachers remain steadfast professional, and passionate when it comes to the education of our children. The teachers of Dover deserve a contract now. Next comment is from Aaron Metzger, 14 Academy Street. When people find out that I am a teacher, they ask me where I teach. When I reply that I teach in Dover, they all have the same apologetic look on their face. I never understood why Dover schools have such a poor reputation, but I always attempt to change their minds. I love teaching in Dover and even moved here to spend the rest of my teaching days in this town. When I heard a member of the Board of Ed say that teachers are not their responsibility, students are their responsibility, I was hurt. Shouldn't both be supported? This comment felt like I wasn't valued or appreciated, especially during a difficult couple of years. What happened to One Dover? Thank you. Next comment is Cheryl Rahis, 14 Academy Street. As a proud member of the Dover community and having been in the district for 16 years, it saddens me that we cannot work together as a team and unite as one over this contract. I strongly believe in One Dover and am optimistic that our contract can be settled quickly. Next comment is Jen Bono, 181 Comley Road, Lincoln Park. After 20 years of teaching, I can honestly say I am forever grateful for the colleagues I work with. We have supported each other tremendously while teaching during a pandemic. We've been flexible and compassionate while doing what we love the most. Unfortunately, the flexibility and compassion has not been reciprocated. We are teaching from the building 4 days a week, including office hours in the afternoons. Many staff members have their own children, also on a hybrid schedule in various districts. Our requests to conduct our office hours from home have been denied despite many districts in the area allowing staff this flexibility. Many staff have expressed the hardships they faced by staying in the school building during office hours. The compassion and flexibility that we have been told to promote to our students has not been returned to our staff and families. The teaching staff has been given the arduous task of finding childcare for their families for the afternoons. What kind of example is this setting for the Dover community and the educators of our Dover students? In this unique time, it would have been nice to at least have our family situations taken care of instead of leaving with the difficult decision of taking an unpaid leave or leaving their children home alone for a few hours each day. Dover educators have done an amazing job adapting to virtual teaching over the past year with a new learning platform, Google Classroom. The staff adjusted again this month as we began hybrid teaching. The staff has been extremely flexible, and all we ask for is a little flexibility, compassion, and support in order to make this difficult and stressful situation easier. These types of decisions negatively impact morale and add another layer to an already stressful situation. On another note, the Dover teachers have been reporting to the building since March 29. It is extremely disappointing that some members of this board feel it is too much of a burden on the tech department and custodial staff to conduct just one board meeting a month in person. I'm proud to say that we have been very accommodating to our community over the past year, but unfortunately our staff was not given the same flexibility. Thank you for your time, Jen Bono. Next comment is from Marta Pelkman, 14 Academy Street. I'm a teacher in the district. I'm currently working without a contract. I'm writing in hopes that the Board of Ed will settle our contract in the near future. Thank you for your time. The next comment is from Arnie Van Antwerp. Good evening. I would like to start off by commending the custodial staff for the job they are doing, keeping me and my class safe and healthy. Throughout this year, I've made use of my office hours conducting small group reading and math lessons, as well as individual lessons when needed. This has been in many ways a gift in that students in my small virtual group have my complete attention. However, since returning to our building to teach, we are required to complete office hours from our classrooms. Like the students of Dover, my own elementary age children are learning in a hybrid fashion. This means my 8 and 10-year-old are left home alone while I host small group meetings from my empty classroom that could be conducted just as well from my home. I respectfully ask Dr. McLaughlin, Ms. Sirigliano, and the Board of Ed to reconsider their decision to require teachers to complete office hours from the building. While I've been told it is not equitable due to the fact that some employees live too far away to arrive home in time to complete office hours, I disagree. I made a choice to live close enough to Dover to have a short commute. Additionally, many other districts in the area allow teachers to teach the afternoon from home. I've dedicated my 17-year career as an educator to the students and families of Dover. It is a small thing to ask that is easily granted. The ability to complete my office hours at home would give me the peace of mind that my own children are safe while still allowing my students to receive the time and education they deserve. The next comment is also from Amanda Sanchez, 11 South Warren. The teachers and staff would like your continued support during this trying time. We are all here to work together as a community. The next comment is from Monica Bialabach, 14 Academy Street. It has been a devastating and extremely stressful year for so many of us. I've worked incredibly hard to teach my students during this difficult time, trying my best to overcome the hurdles of remote instruction and now hybrid learning. I pour my heart into my profession and my students. Makes me sad that our contract isn't being settled in a timely manner. It is my sincere hope that we can work together as one Dover and that teachers can begin to feel more supported in our district. The next comment's from Mary Walker, 206 Main Street, Milburn. My name is Mary Walker, and I've been a teacher at Dover for over 20 years. I know there has been considerable concern in the community about the recent release of Dover's poor SAT scores to the public. However, teachers, at least at the high school, cannot give grades lower than 50% any marking period, and the new credit recovery program is establishing that students who have done little for the last 2 marking periods should receive a 70% for whatever they manage to turn in. My question is, how can we expect to see high SAT scores when there's no basic accountability for students in terms of their own grades? Just as a side note, this is not a pandemic flexibility issue. The staff has been extremely kind and flexible with deadlines for those students and families who were affected by the pandemic. The policy of no grade lower than 50 has been required for several years now. Thank you. The next comment is from Maureen Heinzen, 28 Adelphi Trail, Apacon. I have enjoyed working and educating the students of Dover for the past 26 years. The challenges of this school and the last of this school year and the last have been unlike any year I've taught. It takes double to triple the quantity of time to plan virtual lessons. The stress of learning and teaching new technology features such as Google Suites on various devices at the same time has been overwhelming. At the very least, having a settled contract would give me peace of mind. I urge the board negotiations team to settle this contract. The next comment is from Rose Sessa, 51 Highland Ave, Dover. I'd like to start off by thanking the DEA and the DSSA for all their hard work and dedication to the Dover community. We are currently in week 3 of hybrid instruction. Everyone in our schools has been working tirelessly to complete double the workload that we would normally have. To assure that the needs of our students are met, regardless of what those needs may be. Our unwavering commitment to our students continues without a contract. We are working under a contract that expired last June. I would hope that the board recognizes the vigorous efforts of our staff and works on settling our contract in order to boost the morale of all staff members. The next comment is Audrey Russell, 2467 Route 10, Morris Plains. My name is Audrey Russell. I'm a teacher at Dover High School. I've worked in the Dover Public Schools as a teacher for 15 years. I write to you today to express my disappointment in the lack of compassion the Dover Public Schools have shown toward teachers recently. Some of the board members' reactions to working in person was disheartening to see. That fear that you feel at the idea of working in person is the same fear your teachers feel. Yet we feel our concerns are ignored, undervalued, or even dismissed. Also, many other districts allow far greater flexibility with teachers during this pandemic, but Dover teachers are not shown those same courtesies. We are now working almost 10 months without a contract. There seems to be a disconnect with the fact that the teachers working hard to educate the students of Dover are being neglected and mistreated. We certainly do not feel valued. That is evidenced by the repeated trend of quality and experienced teachers leaving Dover due to the severely negative climate that has been created here, along with an increasingly inadequate contract compared to other New Jersey school districts. Sadly, it is ultimately the students that suffer from this trend. Research shows that the students learn more and perform better when high-quality, experienced teachers educate them. I ask that you remember that the Dover teachers are real people with families that need to be cared for, that have other health concerns, and who have responsibilities that must be maintained outside of school in order to keep their families taken care of. As we move forward over these coming months, I ask that you have compassion for your Dover teachers, especially in a time when compassion is the greatest gift you can give. Next one is Kathy Paderek, 247 Forest Drive, Union. I'm very disappointed the way the board and administration is handling our return to school while the board meetings remain virtual. The decision causes me to question the value of the staff to the administration when what's good for the staff and students is not good for the board as well. As students, as teachers, we've been told that we need to model good choices and good behavior. Our own leadership has failed to provide the model of behavior and decision-making expected of us. Every reason given for the Board of Ed meetings to remain virtual was the reason teachers and staff have presented to administration about the difficulties of conducting hybrid classes. It does not seem reasonable for the board meetings to remain virtual when only held monthly, while teachers and students face the same challenges and health risks every day. The next comment is from Stephanie Rebelo, 100 Gray Street. During an extremely difficult school year, I would expect understanding and collaboration. I would not expect a divide between the teaching staff and administration. I ask for respect, understanding, and trust, and the chance to be more of this part of decisions, such as with office hours. The next comment is from Dina Paula Kennedy, 100 Gray Street. I am proud to work in the Dover Public School System with my outstanding peers and with this amazing community. Please work together with our union to create a contract that we can also be proud of and shows that we are valued. The next comment is Diane Butka, 9 Clark Street, Cranford. Originally, I was uneasy about returning to school, but trusted administration, my colleagues and students, Now I'm at ease, enjoying teaching in person again. Please trust the teachers by giving them the option to conduct office hours at home or in school if they choose. The next comment is Danielle Miluski, 67 Biscayne Drive, Flanders. I'm expressing my deep concern over feeling underappreciated during a time when we should be coming together as one Dover. It is all about doing what is in the best interest of the students now and always. The next comment is from Randy Cap, 115 Dover Chester Road. The teachers in this district have followed the direction of the leadership during this unprecedented time. I can say with certainty that my fellow coworkers and I have never worked harder and longer hours than we have in the past 13 months, with more being thrown on our plate. We were unexpectedly placed into a virtual situation at last March with no planning, no guidance, and a Google Suite and no direction, but we made it work. Additionally, we have been working for the past 10 months without a contract, working harder and longer hours than ever before. Now that we are at impasse and have to go to mediation to get our contract settled, have board members asked why this is happening? You say you support your teachers, so is it okay with you that your staff has been working for 10 months without a contract? While I listened to the BOE's discussion last month regarding in-person meetings, I was in shock. The board needs to be aware that the issues that were brought up for the reasons that there should not be in-person BOE meetings were the same concerns teachers brought up about the implementation of hybrid instruction. Number one, we requested microphones so that students at home could hear us. We were told no. Microphones were not necessary because a neighborhood town doesn't use them. Yet at the last board meeting, microphones were mentioned as a necessary element of having at-home listeners to be able to hear what board members were saying. Number two, we mentioned the camera from our laptops would not be able to clearly project the information on our Promethean boards to the students at home. The same concern that was mentioned at the meeting in regard to tonight's budget presentation. We were told unequivocally that students at home would have no problem seeing information projected on the board. So if the students can see the writing on our boards, why couldn't the public see the board's budget presentation? Number three, we said that the students at home would not be able to hear their classmates that were in the room talking, reading, and or asking questions. A point that was also brought up as another reason not to have your BOE meetings in person. Yet our concern of the same exact issue was not even addressed. Last month, it was specifically stated that tonight's budget presentation needed to be flawless and should therefore be virtual. If everything we all do has our students' best interest in mind, shouldn't then the teachers be provided with the necessary tools and supports so that our instruction is flawless? Despite these issues, I have no doubt our staff will rise above and succeed beyond any and all expectations. It would just be nice to see the support from the administration and the board, not just hear it from a select few. Please listen to our concerns and feedback as we want this district to be the best it can be for our students and our staff. Thank you. The next comment is Michelle Ferrara, 394 Diamond Spring Road, Denville. It is with utmost respect that as a veteran teacher, I come to express my sincere disappointment that this Board of Ed has not been able to settle the teacher contract. Why are we now at impasse? You repeatedly state that the teacher's work is appreciated. However, being in impasse proves to all that this is far from the truth. Dover teachers made the impossible happen last March when they, without notice, developed and compiled 2 weeks worth of lessons and student materials, and then had to reach out on a daily basis to the students without any proper teaching platform. Did anyone on the board ask why we didn't have the Google platform established or how this affected teachers? Again, this September, we made the impossible happen and continue to meet the academic needs of our community. This has definitely been an unprecedented year for all, but especially for those in our profession, and we continue to show up in person and do our very best to bring a solid education to all our students, whether remote or hybrid. We repeatedly hear the comment at these meetings, meet the needs of our students. However, when our concerns and challenges about returning to hybrid instruction were brought to the attention of all levels of our chain of command, they are dismissed. Yes, yet at the last board meeting, when asked if the board could return to in-person meetings, those same concerns were now given as reasons for the board not being able to meet. It was suggested by a board member that the board show solidarity with the teachers and return with social distancing guidelines in place, with those same concerns were then acknowledged as reasons for you not to resume in-person meetings. Thank you for your time. The next comment is John Caniglio, 51 Highland Ave, Dover. I would like to comment on my discuss with the conversation that took place during last month's board meeting in regard to board meetings remaining 100% virtual despite our staff and students being asked to come into the school in person 4 days a week. The 40-minute conversation that took place last month on this topic seemed to be the first time the board even thought about the idea of having in-person meetings based on the questions and answers that were given. Months ago, when the decision was made to bring back everyone into the buildings, the next conversation should have been about how the board can show leadership and set an example for the staff and students, but figuring out a way to have in-person meetings 1 day a month. Many staff members were nervous about coming into the buildings, and the board could have lowered that anxiety by showing the staff the board will do what it is being asked of the staff and students. Many comments were made about board members not having microphones, about board members not being comfortable coming in, about adding extra pressure to tech and custodial staff, about it taking 60 days to get all the logistics figured out, and even how this once a month board meeting in person will somehow take away from student achievement. I would like to thank Dr. Sainer, Ms. Nutting, Ms. Viveros, and Ms. Catano for recognizing that if the staff and students are in the building, so should the board. Instead of having 40-minute conversation full of reasons why we can't, discussion should have shifted to how we can have in-person meetings like any other neighboring districts are doing. Has anyone on the board questioned if we can hire more tech or custodial staff during these times of the pandemic? Our educators continue to work in and out of the building despite working under an expired contract that ended in June. Unfortunately, there have been zero discussions of this during meetings. At the last meeting, a board member stated, teacher morale is directly related to student achievement. I tend to agree. Has anyone on the board wondered why the current contract hasn't been settled yet? Lastly, I understand that the board does not have to respond to every public comment, but during the last few meetings, when members of the community and members of teaching staff has sent in comments, their comments are often being ignored and the meeting is adjourned a few moments later. If someone takes the time out of their busy day to contact this board about something that they obviously feel is important, I don't think it would be too much to ask to acknowledge them instead of ignoring them. Please listen to all of our comments tonight and let's work together to do what's best for our Dover community. Thank you. The next comment is Daniel Bronson, 44 Center Grove Road, Randolph. The Board of Ed should be willing to extend meeting times and or meet more often to reach an agreement on a new contract with the DEA. Thank you. The next comment is Christian Noel, 2100 Linwood Ave, Fort Lee. Why have no statements been made or encouraged by the district in support of people of color, especially Black and Asian American people, considering the violence targeted toward many. Other school districts have been doing this via statements on their website and videos. How serious is the district about committing to a comprehensive anti-racism initiative? Why have students and teachers not been consulted or invited to participate in such an initiative? The next comment is Lisa Berg, excuse me. Lisa Berg, 147 Baker Street. We are all working hard without a contract to make the hybrid learning work for our students. I'd like also to thank the support staff and tech department for their support. The next comment is Kelly Gallo, Sharon Leister, Elizabeth Keeman, and Lauren Rendine, North Dover Elementary. Board members, changing to virtual platform teaching was not as easy as taking in-person lesson plans and posting the plans online. Teachers were rewriting everyday lessons into an interactive, engaging, and attention-keeping presentation. This required a significant increase in hours spent on lesson preparation. Lessons were adjusted to usually never before used platforms, which added time and honestly, a bit of anxiety in attempts to keep lessons engaging for our students. We also recognize the toll presenting lessons in this manner has taken on parents and students as well. We thank each and every parent, as well as the Board of Ed members and administrators, for their understanding at this time and cooperation working with teachers. We have a positive outlook that the Board of Ed will work with the DEA to settle on negotiation issues since we are close to working without a contract for almost a year. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment is Melissa Matarazzo, 24 Taylortown Road,
Mr.
Montville.
Minkowitz, just wanted to let you know that we would be closing at about 10:46, 10:47.
Okay. This will be the last one, I suppose. It's medium length. As teachers, our students deserve the best of rather than what's left of us. The last 12 months has drained everyone. There's no denying that. Being our best selves has been challenging, but we have risen to the occasion over and over as guidelines and expectations have changed. I personally faced this year with so much of the unknown, countless pivots, uncertainty, frustration, exhaustion, and fear. Despite these crippling feelings, I've made sure my students feel my support. I've made sure my students feel successful. I've made sure my students know that I listen to their needs. I've made sure my students can always count on me to offer consistency and fairness with an open heart. And my students know that I will provide them flexibility when they need it most. Not one of my students has been turned away when they need help or an accommodation. They have never heard from me that I can't give them grace this year because of equity among their peers. They know I'm in their corner and I will be there until this school year concludes. If I can help them get through this without telling them no, then my job is done because I know I've done everything I can do to make our current situation a tiny bit easier. When I was denied twice to work from home, during office hours to safely care for my daughter, I was surprised. When I was told I would need to take unpaid leave of absence as a solution, I was crushed. Working office hours from home would have given me peace of mind as mother and teacher. I could have served as both roles just as I have been since last March. Taking an unpaid leave of absence would have pulled me from my students at 11:30 a.m. and imposed a financial burden on my family. Despite working without a contract this year, I am giving all the flexibility in the world to my profession, yet with a fairly simple request that could absolutely no disruption to our district. I was denied. Our students need their teachers in the best place they can be emotionally and mentally. This doesn't happen magically. This happens through support, flexibility, and acknowledgement. We need help. We need encouragement. We need empathy. We need a contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all who have spent and dedicated time to let the board know their comments. Administrators or board members, do you have any comments regarding this session? I see Ms. Reese's hands. Dr. McLaughlin and Mr. Ragland, before we go to board members?
Well, mine isn't a response, it's possibly a motion.
Comment. Okay.
So I'm asking if Mr. Minkowitz could inform the board how many more comments are left, and requesting that the board approve public comment extension for at least 9 to 12 minutes to allow the board to listen to our community. It's clear that our teachers want to be heard, deserve to be heard, and I echo their sentiments that they have done so much for our district, period, and certainly through this pandemic. And while we have been meeting since 5:45, and I recognize it's 10:45, and some of us wake up as early as 5 a.m., not me, I think it is important to extend that. And if we don't extend it, to figure out a way to ensure that all these comments are heard at least by the next session.
So there's a motion on the table to extend to 10 minutes. Is there a second? Ms. Viveros, I saw, second. Okay, comments, questions? Mr. Crew, you were going to say
Just do a
something?
voice vote on that.
Yep.
All in favor.
Are all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, Mr. Minkowitz, if you can continue to read the comments for the next 10 minutes. It's 10:50, so I'm assuming till 11.
Okay. That was Melissa Matarazzo. So this is Angelica Rodriguez, 84 Guy Street in Dover. I want to express my deep admiration of the commitment and excellence that my fellow teachers and paraprofessionals have shown over the last year in serving the students of Dover. It was 13 months ago that with no notice, we switched from an in-person instruction to an entirely remote learning environment. Armed with only a handful of materials that were in our school bags and the unwavering dedication to our students, we came together to deliver the best possible educational experience for each family. In the face of uncertainty, we have reinvented ourselves as educators countless times, and most importantly, we have shown up for the students of Dover in every imaginable way. It is profoundly disappointing that as the staff faced the unknown upon our return to our classrooms for hybrid instruction, we were denied the ability to work remotely during our office hours. Allowing us to work remotely in the afternoons would reduce the burden on the tech department and provide our custodial staff extra time to prepare the buildings for the next day. The next comment is from Tricia Zarinko, 414 Central Ave, New Providence. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the amazing job of the teaching staff of Dover Public Schools, the amazing job the teaching staff of the Dover Public Schools has done over the last 13 months. When on a dime, we made the transition to virtual learning with very little direction given to us. Worrying about our students and their families, along with our own families, has made for a very difficult year. After viewing last month's Board of Ed meeting, the comments that were made left me, and I'm sure others, to feel very unsupported and insignificant to the members of the Board of Ed. It is also very upsetting that the district, in such an unconventional time, has not been flexible with our office hours that would have relieved some of the burden on our own families and childcare situation. The next comment is Karen Phelps, 300 East McFarland Street. This past year of the pandemic has been a struggle for everyone. It has been devastating to many people. Teachers have had a tremendous amount of stress added to their already overloaded schedules. We have learned new and creative ways to keep our students engaged and involved, as well as take care of our own families, all while having to work remotely from home. It has not been an easy task for anyone. We recently came back to school on a hybrid schedule, teaching kids virtually, in person at the same time, which is not easy. We have calmed and reassured our students that we will get through all this. The custodians, secretaries, and health staff have all worked so hard to be sure our schools were ready to welcome students. Many teachers were denied the courtesy of having their office hours at home so they could take care of their own children who are also in the same situation. That is unfortunate, as many other districts are able to accommodate their teachers. Dover teachers are also working hard despite not having a contract for the past year. We care about our students and do our best to let them know we care. It saddens me that our contract cannot be settled in a timely manner. It is my hope that we can all work together to do what's best for not only our students and their achievement, but for our staff and their families as well. The next comment is Michael Perdue, 17 Chamberlain Street, Paccom. I've worked in Dover Public Schools for 15 of the last 18 school years. For most of that time, I've considered myself a valued employee whose well-being was carefully considered as decisions were made. I also felt that my input was sought and considered when appropriate. Unfortunately, I no longer feel the same. Recent administrative decisions about scheduling and procedures have altered my perception, and it is often said that perception is reality. I appreciate the board waiting as long as they did to reopen the school buildings. I'm sure the primary consideration was the safety and well-being of our students, was the primary consideration, and rightly so. But I like to think that staff safety was considered as well. I also understand the logic and political pressure that led the board to reopen the schools for hybrid instruction after the spring break. I am disappointed in some of the specifics of that reopening. Number one, office hours. If safety of staff were a primary concern, teachers would work their office hours from home to reduce the risk of virus transmission. The administration might argue that most teachers have a private space within which to work during office hours. That is true. The real issue is bathroom space. There is limited faculty restroom space in the building, and those restrooms are small and have limited ventilation. Having teachers work office hours from the building increases the number of times teachers enter a restroom immediately after another person has left and before the potentially infected air in the room has been replaced. The administration must recognize this to some degree. Otherwise, why lock the hallway door closet to the bathrooms in the main office, effectively restricting the use of those bathrooms to office staff and forcing other staff members to compete for the remaining restroom space? Perception is reality. Number two, swiping out for lunch and at the end of the day. I understand the logic of this administrative procedure in normal times and why some people might consider such policy an aid in contact tracing. But forcing people to swipe out at this time increases proximity of potentially infected people as they line up to swipe out and increases potential contact with staff members not normally in the same area. I have observed lines of people waiting to swipe out. Further, I perceive this as a message to staff that we cannot be trusted to take an appropriately sized lunch break. I think the board should consider the termination of this directive, at least for the remainder of the school year. Number three, the current lack of a contract between the board and the DEA. The current lack of a contract sends a message, intended or not. To me, it sends To me, it seems that bonuses for the superintendents and a desire to use the present crisis to bully the staff may be the root of the lack of agreement. I cannot comment on specifics, but specifics do not matter. Remember, perception is reality. I hope that my former feeling that I am a valued employee with valid concerns returns as this crisis ends and a new contract is signed. With the mask I wear every day.
Madam President, I just want to point out that we're behind time. Perhaps Mr. Minkowitz could just see if it's close to wrapping up this thing.
Yes, this is the end of this last paragraph.
It's up to you.
I hope that my former feeling is I'm valued employee with valid concerns returns as this crisis ends and a new contract is signed. The mask I wear every day hides my dissatisfaction. I smile and work in a professional manner, not because I'm paid to do so. I smile for my students because perception is reality. I will not let my students see beyond the mask. They have enough issues on their plates. They don't need mine.
Is that the end of all comments, Mr. Minkowitz?
There are a number of more comments.
Okay, so is this something that we have reached the 10 minutes that we agreed to? Is this something that we can share with the full board? They won't be on record, but something that can, we all see, perhaps through email? Or do anyone else have other ideas? I would hate to wait till next May, to next meeting in May to read them.
Ms. Chrysalis, if I may, to the extent that we do not violate the OPMA, the Sunshine Law, I would second that suggestion that we receive those via email as soon as possible, and then that they be read into the record for the May meeting, and so that we get a final count from Mr. Minkowitz as to what messages, how many messages we missed tonight.
Looks like there's 7 remaining comments of varying lengths.
Okay, Dr. Sainer?
I'm concerned that we're just kicking the can and that will take a ton of time in the May meeting when we have more issues and more things to decide. I make a motion that we finish these 7, we allow Mr. Minkowitz to finish these 7 comments.
Is there a second to that?
Ms. Chrysalis, I would remove my motion and second Dr. Sainer's.
Okay, got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you all. Mr. Minkowitz, please proceed.
The next comment is William Rodriguez, 84 Guy Street, Dover. At the last meeting, the Board of Ed cited the burden on the tech and custodial staff for why in-person board meetings could not resume. Since the district is conducting remote sessions on Wednesdays to allow for deep cleaning, how would Tuesday evening board meetings create more work for the custodians? With the adjustments that government at all levels has made to provide public access during the pandemic, it is disappointing that other boards can resume in-person meetings, but Dover is choosing not to because of technical difficulties. The next comment is Laura Christiniak, 46 Lakewood Drive, Mountain Lakes. I want to begin by saying thank you to the Board of Ed and the administration at our Dover schools. It is not an easy time to be a leader in education, and I value the hard work and planning that occurs. I'm specifically calling about the requirement for teachers to spend office hours in their respective schools. Our shared and common goal is to provide the best instruction possible for the students in Dover schools. Given our current configuration, office hours are essentially remote in nature. Students are calling in from home and teachers are available in school. However, after multiple weeks of operating this way, I have observed that there are limitations from performing these calls within the school. For example, I have the ability from my home to utilize multiple monitors and a higher speed internet and technologies which ultimately lead to a better experience for my students. It is my recommendation that two teachers perform office hours remotely to provide the best possible experience to our students. If you disagree, I would like to better understand your rationale. The next comment is from Christian Noel, 2100 Linwood Ave. Have building administrators been directed or encouraged to more aggressively and strictly evaluate or penalize teachers? There appears to be a suspicious pattern of this. The next comment is signed taxpayer of Dover, 112 Elizabeth Street, Dover. Why is the budget?
I wouldn't read that one. I
Okay,
wouldn't read that one
there's
because
no-
of your policy is to have names.
Right, okay. There's no person designated. The next comment is by the North Dover Kindergarten. No names, it's just North Dover Kindergarten. Read that.
Refer that one to the board president. I'm sure that if we are confident that it's actually from the kindergartners, we would want to hear it.
He's talking about kindergarten teachers,
Oh,
kindergarten students.
I'm sure it's the staff.
Right. It says North Dover Kinder. Let's move forward with reading that when we identify that they're kindergarten teachers.
Okay.
Right. The pandemic has exacerbated an already challenging school culture. There exists low morale, confusion, varying interpretations of protocols, policies, frustration, and communication breakdown. Working without a contract while the superintendent and assistant superintendent receive an approximate combined $40,000 merit pay under this difficult climate does not promote positive motivation, yet the staff continue to do whatever it takes to benefit their students and provide the best environment to learn, succeed, and feel safe. Steps should be implemented to inspire more communication among the entire school community. Superintendent, assistant superintendent, board administration, teachers, support staff, parents, and Dover residents. There should be an open dialogue amongst the groups in an effort to become more transparent regarding the changes ranging from pandemic issues, the new kindergarten dual language program, troubleshooting technology issues, and contract resolution, to name a few. There should be a unified approach in disseminating information and allowing for feedback. We will all welcome hearing directly from our superintendent and assistant superintendent. The goal, One Dover, is a good one, but sadly it has been lost. Together we hope we can find it once again and build towards it. God knows this truly special and unique town deserves it. Thank you.
Jim, just to clarify, that was North Dover Kindergarten Paraprofessionals. If you
Oh,
click, yeah,
okay.
just a different designation.
And just
Got it.
for public
Yeah,
knowledge,
yes, I widened the column and I could see North Dover Kindergarten Paraprofessional.
we just have to make sure that our comments are connected to a first name and last name. So for community members, please make sure that we have that, as the North Dover Elementary teachers did. They kind of provide their names individually as well. Okay, have a few more, correct?
Yes, there are two remaining. Rose Sessa, 51 Highland Ave, Dover. I would like to start off by thanking the DEA and the DSSA for all of their hard work and dedication to the Dover community. We are currently in week 3 of hybrid instruction. Everyone in our schools has been working tirelessly to complete double the workload that we would normally have.
I believe that was read already. You said Rosa Sessa?
Kind of familiar.
Yeah, you read that one before. Mhm.
Okay, it's duplicate.
Mhm.
The last one is in Spanish. And
I
I'm,
just shared it with Ms. Ruiz and Ms.
Oh, good.
Grisales.
Oh,
Not
good.
sure who's gonna read it, but I figured
Whoever gets to it first. I don't have my email up, so
How about I read it in Spanish and you in English?
sure, I could do that. Take it slow,
Or
though.
vice versa, actually. You read it in Spanish and
I don't
then-
have access to it right now, so
Oh,
start
well,
reading it.
I'll do both then, sorry.
Go ahead, do a sentence and I'll translate. I'll interpret.
What number is it? Is it all the way at the bottom?
all the way at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, it's Rosie Awatsi. So
Oh, yeah, she got it. Oh,
hopefully she was able to, this is what she wanted to say. Okay. Felicidades por la presentación de esta noche.
congratulations for tonight's presentation.
Un ambicioso presupuesto que espero sea exitoso.
A very ambitious budget that I hope is successful.
Y solo quiero dar énfasis en los servicios de educación especial.
And I want to emphasize the services for special education.
Y no solo necesitamos el programa de Basic Skills.
You know, I was going to repeat in Spanish. And not only do we need the basic skills program,
También necesitamos social and life skills.
también necesitamos los programas. We also need the social and life skills programs
Para nuestra comunidad de educación especial.
for our special education community.
En el slide 21 de la presentación,
In slide 21 of the presentation,
nos enseñan que solo el 6% del presupuesto del distrito es para educación especial.
on slide 21, it shows us that only 6% of the budget is for special education.
Y sinceramente no es suficiente.
And honestly, that's not enough.
Necesitamos asesoramiento no solo para los estudiantes,
We need assessment not only for the students,
sino para los padres de familia que no saben qué hacer.
but also for the parents of the families that do not know what to do
Después de terminar high school.
after completing high school.
Tristemente, este año aproximadamente 7 estudiantes se graduarán
Approximately 7 students this year will graduate,
teniendo un futuro incierto.
having an uncertain future,
Momento para reflexionar.
a moment to reflect upon.
Y gracias a la señora Marcia Stilo por su trabajo.
And thank you to Marcia Stillo for her work.
That concludes the comment.
Okay, so now I ask, are there any comments regarding our public session?
I'd like to make two, Ms. Grisales.
Yes, please.
One, just because I know this is the second comment about secondary programs for special ed students, I do want to indicate that IEPs address needs, and that if in an instance it's a service or a program that a student needs according to their disability, whether or not the school district offers it, it's the obligation of the school district to provide it. So there, as we mentioned in the budget presentation, there are a lot of programs that we are building to create in-house options. But when those options don't exist in-house, it is the obligation of the district to locate them. So I did want to just add that. And then there was a number of comments that regarding office hours. So in the conversations that we've had directly with staff about office hours, I just wanted to respond and indicate that the issue is there's a half an hour or 45 minutes for teachers, depending on what level they're teaching at, of lunch in between the end of instruction and office hours beginning. There are some teachers who are local and can be home in 5 or 10 minutes, but we have teachers who live half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour away. There is no uniform way to provide equity among staff without delaying or significantly impacting office hours now that hybrid instruction is in place. That's a big difference between when we were remote. And it's really critical for our students to have a dependable schedule for office hours, that they begin at a certain time and last to a certain time. So it really, that has not been an accommodation that we've been able to make, and it's in no way an unsympathetic ear towards our teachers and the balance of childcare and their work obligations. We understand that certainly. We continue to value our teacher safety tremendously. We've kept the Wednesday virtual day. We've been conservative in terms of the rollout of hybrid, although certainly many are asking, for an increase, and we will consider those options in terms of more student time. But our caution is both for students and for staff. So I do want to state that the safety of staff and any reasonable request is considered. The request for office hours at home was certainly considered, but for the reasons that I provided, was not an accommodation that we could make.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Dr. Singer.
I understand equity issues, and the teachers are belong to a union. And so there are instances where you might make all the teachers in the district appear, teach from the school, even if one school had to be closed for a reason, right? That's an equity issue. It's not fair to let a building of teachers teach from home while other teachers teach in the building. My question is actually to Mr. Crute, in that, is there a legal reason why teachers that live closely and teachers that live more distantly, right? That is not something that we control as a district or as employers. Is there anything legally, and you may not know this answer tonight, so this is possibly for another night, but there are things that we absolutely have to be equitable when it is matters of the contract, but asking teachers to adhere to the contract is part of our responsibility. But is there any leeway there, I guess, is my question.
I mean, I think it seems to be more of an equitable issue than a legal issue. It seems like a request, is not, from what Dr. McLaughlin said, is not easily addressed equitably. And many districts have now, some of the districts that I represent have now gone back where they're going every day full day, and teachers are there every day full day. And those teachers may be in exactly the same situation where they have childcare issues with children, and they happen to not be in hybrid anymore, or it's a tough time and it's a difficult situation. But I don't think that there's anything legally that would compel handling it differently than the way the district is handling it now.
Thank you. Ms. Giraldo?
I think I have more of a two-parter. At the current time, what are the, I guess, average office hours that the teachers are working through right now?
So the teachers teach till 12:30. They have their lunch break, and then they have office hours until the end of the traditional school day, depending on what level it is.
And I think my second part of this, what kind of maybe, I'm not sure if this might be something completely different that might not have to, it might have to do with more than just what I'm asking. What would be the implications of moving these office hours forward 30 minutes to give teachers an extended time to get home and set up, their at-home office to be able to do these from home?
Well, I think that there would be potentially a significant impact on kids. Students are relying on these regular hours just like they rely on regular school hours. We have students who work. We have students who are involved in extracurricular activities. That if you displace the office hours, it could interfere with that, as well as parents who might, in many cases in our families, where families rely especially on older students, to do childcare of their own. So, you know, having moving that does have a corresponding impact on kids, and we've tried to keep things as consistently as possible. A lot of our kids, you know, not surprisingly, have struggled with remote learning significantly, and we're not looking to put any other potential obstacles, you know, in their way.
I see Ms. Mulling and then Ms. Reese.
We discussed this at the last board meeting. We know our committees are meeting in person. Are there any obstacles we can remove to start our in-person board meetings earlier than we are projecting?
Well, the only thing that I'll mention from an administrative point of view, I know this is a board consideration, but from an administrative point of view, if you went to a traditional fully in-person meeting with no Zoom, because the Zoom, as you mentioned, we've had in-person meetings, and you can't have in-person meetings with people on the Zoom platform next to each other, even in the same room distance, without significant feedback and interference. But if the board decided it wanted to go back in person and did fully in person, we could do that. I think the only way to do it would be to dispense. I don't think you could have a hybrid Zoom and traditional meeting. The other piece is we could, you know, we can live stream, but with spacing, the live streaming is going to be spaced differently. So, you know, just so the board and the public would know that the quality of the recording for those who are watching on live streaming would not be the same. So that's the only thing I mentioned for consideration by the board when they make their choice.
I can add to that a little bit too. Potentially, there's a great consideration that it would be cost. So I don't believe that our tech department would be able to personnel man that job. So we would be looking at a third-party company to come in, do the audio, do the sound, do the video. The other piece is, I think the board should be aware that as a district, we are not meeting in person. So administratively, our administrative teams are all remote. Any meeting happening between an administrator and a teacher is also remote. So yes, teachers are in the building, but as a group administratively and as faculty meetings that teachers participate, IEP meetings, 504 INRS, all of that is happening remotely. So just more information.
So, Ms. Reese, I just wanted to comment on that. Are you related to that, or a separate topic? Okay. I think it's important that, as I had mentioned in new business, right, that if we had agreed in March what we were going to do, if there's going to be a change to that, then that is the decision of the board that we would have to make, because it's our meeting. And certainly then the administration could tell us what they can and cannot do. Ms. Reese?
Thank you, Ms. Grisales. I am a member of the negotiations committee. I don't speak for the negotiations committee. Our chair, Ms. Eudes Catano, gives the report. And of course, I don't speak for the board. I speak for myself in saying that some of our board members may not yet have had the privilege of serving on the negotiations committee. Certainly any member of the public who is not themselves a member of a union. I am a member of a union. I am familiar with union and employer negotiation process, but if someone is not, they may not be familiar with the process, maybe not at this meeting, unless Mr. Crude or the administration or Ms. Catano choose to make a statement at this meeting. I think it may be helpful for all of us to understand the negotiation process generally, what it means to work, quote unquote, without a contract. We hear that from police unions. We heard it tonight from our teachers. What does that mean? And one of the public comments mentioned impasse. What is that? What does that mean? What role does our board or does our negotiations committee take in that? I think an explanation might help to one, let the teachers know, we hear you. You know, we appreciate the teachers. If, you know, I'll speak for myself, if at any time anything came out of my mouth that made it seem otherwise, I apologize for that. I love our teachers, and it is part of the reason I serve on this board, because of the information from our teachers that let us know some of the changes were necessary, and because of the investment way above and beyond that some of our educators make into our community. I've had many teachers call me going above and beyond, looking for assistance on some collateral issue that one of their students is facing. So our teachers are what make our school district the type of place where people like myself or others who have grown up here and are still here and raising their children here and have no plans to leave. It's a lot of that is because of our teachers. So I think it would be helpful for all of us to truly understand that process, to put some of the teachers' concerns into context.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I want to loop back around quickly to the first public session. There was a request or inquiry or suggestion from Sue Shower regarding the effectiveness of programs. I think, I don't know if administrators, if that's something that you can present to us in future meetings. I think it's important, and I know that you do a good job in getting things done. I think we certainly, I like the question of let's put out the strengths and what you are doing, and give yourself and the teachers and the students credits for what's happening. So if that's something that you can consider moving forward in the next meeting or so.
I actually think, Ms. Crisales, that we do that every month. I think unlike what Ms. Shower said, where it was included, I don't believe it's appropriate for a budget situation. I think a budget presentation is about what the budget is. We did touch on the accomplishments, but you know, the budget presentation was lengthy, and it was appropriately lengthy because we wanted to provide clarity about where we were going. I think to embed a list of accomplishments, to use that time there would only take away from the budget presentation. But I know the board has asked us, and we've made purposeful attempts each and every month in our reports to provide feedback on goals and to make sure that the board is up to date in terms of the things that we've promised to do. So it may be a different approach than was used with prior boards and in prior administrations, but I do believe that we're accomplishing that.
I agree. And I'm not saying to make it part of the budget. I think it's important that you continue to do what you have doing in highlighting those effectiveness of the services and education that you're providing. There was a question regarding negotiations. I think that Ms. Catano provided that, and so I'm glad to hear that, you know, we answered that comment, as well as the social skills group. I feel like that was addressed at some point in our presentations that Ms. Toledo brought up. So I hope that if it's, Ms. Toledo, if you're still listening, if it's not something that you didn't get the answer in regards to social skills group that was addressed, to please reach out directly to administration.
Alice?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think you might be thinking of executive session. I don't know that social groups skills was addressed in regular session. It was? Okay.
Yes, it was Ms. Toledo, last name.
No, I know that she did, but I don't know.
She talked about social skills group. Yes, it was part of our budget, and it was part, right? I feel like Ms. Mullen, you're shaking your head.
She's not.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I also wanted I know that as a board, we are always thinking about the safety of the staff. We are not directly responsible for staff. We don't hire, we don't fire, right? It is our job to support or not the recommendation that administrator or Dr. McLaughlin presents to us, but we are connected to our teachers. That is exactly as well why I ran and asked to be placed in this public position, because I value the teachers in our Dover district. Negotiations is hard, it's difficult, it's hard to understand. And I'm not saying that All the comments that we received today are not valid. They're very valid. And I know that I can speak for the board. We're saying we look out for the safety of our teachers and our students. Yes, our priority as board members is the responsibility to our taxpayers, to our students, to our teachers, to the community. But know that we are working very hard and diligently, and having information about what the process is may help some of the other board members understand the comments. And Mr. Crute, you know, I saw you shaking your head in regards to an expired contract and working under no contract. So that's something that perhaps we can have clarification in our next meeting, that you can prepare for us, please. Okay, I believe that's all the comments I wanted to make. Anyone else? Okay, thank you for your time. I ask that we move to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Mr. Miller, I heard Ms. Mullen move. Mr. Miller second. Are you good with that? Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a good night. We're closing at 11:28. Good night, all.
Good night.
Everyone, thank you.
Good evening.